Hey there, hi there, everybody. Hello, hello, and welcome back to the show. Happy Saturday, one and all. I just need to. There it is. One quick sec. Whoops. Here, let me just get some music on. I forgot something important about my Disco Elysium install. I'll have to. Just need to tweak a couple quick things before I can get the game up. But good morning, everybody. This is Omni, that's right, from Invisible Ink. It's time for crime solving. How's it going, Stiltskin, Kinksy, Sparrow, That's Your Blood, Bailey, Holy Night Hun, Valorant Sky, Dedolence. There we go. There we go. Morning to you, Adam. Hope I'm enjoying the game. I have been very much enjoying Disco Elysium so far. Here we go. Fade that out. Hey there, Flintlock. You're just in time for us to jump back in to Disco Elysium. I think I did tweak the volume a little bit down for this. That's right. Welcome. Welcome, one and all, to Disco Elysium. It's a very delightful narrative role-playing experience. It is something we started last month as our community voted game for December. In it, we find ourselves awakening from a drunken stupor as a sort of washed-up cop in a somewhat lawless land. A rather dystopian... Not quite, I wouldn't call it cyberpunk, but like future punk-ish setting to it, with a whole lot of political commentary and fascinating situations that the player is forced into. Constantly having to choose between polarized options when it comes to the fate of people in difficult situations. And then making kind of philosophical statements about the broader things based on how you handle that. But there's really a lot to explore here. I really love the style of writing overall, the way the narration is done, especially with the voice acting in this Ultimate Edition. And really like discovering this world sort of one piece at a time. So it's been a real delight so far. So let's... Okay, hold on. A couple of things. I see we're boomboxing. We can put a stop to that for the moment. Chronic Flare says, played this game a few months ago and had a blast. Everybody who has come into the stream and has played this game seems to comment something to the effect of, oh, this was one of the best games I ever played. And I can see it based on what we've experienced so far. So let's have a quick overview of our journal here. Let's review what we've been so far. And what it is that we still need to do. So, we originally arrived here in Revachol, is the name of this city, I believe, as a cop tasked with investigating the lynching of a mercenary in town. When we arrived, we'd trashed our hotel room, lost our gun and our badge, and our jacket, and our shoes in a drunken binge. We've since recovered the shoes. And, yeah, like you do. And the body had still been hanging in the tree after a week of decay. We managed to get the body down, perform an autopsy with the assistance of our dear friend Detective Kim. And Kim was even so nice as to pull out a set of sweet rims from the back of his car so that we could sell it at a pawn shop to pay the hotel for the damages that we'd done in our drunken rampage. So, Kim's a good man. He has truly saved our ass from the consequences of our own actions. And that is truly admirable. For that, we are eternally grateful. What else did we find out? We interviewed the Wild Pines representative. What's her name? Joyce, I believe? Joyce. That sounds right. She's a intelligent and wealthy woman. She was able to tell us quite a bit about the world and the situation, including that the man who was lynched was one of 3 hired mercenaries who came here in response to union activity. We also met with the union boss. I don't remember his name. A real greasy toad of a man. He's corrupt through and through, but seems like he can help us. He tasked us with opening a door and leaving it unlocked somewhere in town. I believe the apartment of an old soldier who we've seen talking to his friend in the street. And he was also able to tell us our own name. Harry Dubois. Evrard, yeah, that's right, Evrard. That slime ball. So, what do we still need to do? Prove our authority to Titus Hardy. We have to gain authority in Titus's eyes for the investigation to advance. Soften him up first. Maybe investigate the crime scene or the body. Look for a witness. Get help from the union boss or the company rep. Tie them to any other crimes. So we must establish authority. That's kind of cool. Aniramania, thanks for 24 months. Testament to your volition. You've made it 2 full years. Heck yeah. Skeibatsu, thanks for the 4 months. Would I reactivate the extension? Oh yes, that's right. There's an extension for this game. Sure, I can do that. I did forget that was a thing. Doot. And I may need to... Yeah, copy that. Oh, not that. There. There we go. All right, we're back. Hey, Orange Mango, what kind of game is this? I would call this a narrative RPG. It's all about dialogue, ultimately. Point and click adventure a little bit mixed in. There are stats and stat checks, but these are used solely within the context of dialogue. So it's all reading and exploring and discovering. So, other goals. We need to find some speed. Hangover's coming on mega strong now. We need more speed in our bloodstream. Find some, put it in our hand, and off we'll go. So, we'll have to get a hit of some good stuff somewhere. Lest this hangover catch us off guard. What stats am I prioritizing? We have that is part of one of the things the extension should do is let you see our stats. But let's review our detective. We are Brain Man. Lots of a little bit of physique, a little bit of psych, a little bit of motorics, but it's mostly about the brain, the logic, the visual calculus, and the stuff like that. Where's the proper stat screen? This one? Here it is. So we've invested some additional points into logic and visual calculus. I like to deduce and calculate what occurred. And I've really enjoyed what the game has given me so far. In particular, having the encyclopedia stat has been really amusing, as it brings up relevant world trivia and tidbits constantly as we play, and that's been quite cool. We've also got a decent amount of the Inland Empire stat, the gut feeling hunch stat, which has been very, very interesting as well. A couple people recommended this early on, and I've been finding really good results. But ultimately, all the stats in this game are quite cool. And it really does seem like you could have wildly different playthroughs based on different stats. I'm quite curious what investing in electrochemistry might do for a playthrough, for example. But this stat screen is not anything like you'll really see in any other game. These are not necessarily corresponding to game actions or mechanics like they normally would, but rather to psychological traits. See art in the world. Conceptualization allows us to imagine things. Be an actor. Lie and detect lies. Tune into the city. Just kind of like a spidey sense, perhaps. I don't even know what this stat does. And there's checks throughout the games for all, what, 20 of these? 25 of these? 6? 24 of these. So, what else are we... Say, we learned about the tattoo. Ask another about the tattoos. We know that we can ask the... the big man at the wall. He was one of the mercenaries. We know that we can ask him about the tattoos, but we also know that we should not show him the photograph of the tattoos on the dead man's body, because it's a photograph of a decaying corpse a week old of this guy's friend, so he might become emotionally distressed upon seeing this photograph. As anyone would. Figure out who made the call, or no obvious leads. Oh, that's right. Everard asked us to get 2 signatures in typical shady businessman fashion. We'll have to access a new part of the map. The fishing village. The nameless fishing village down the coast. Which I think won't become available until Wednesday or Thursday. Oh, that's right. For those who might not be familiar with the game, broadly speaking, with Disco Elysium, content warnings abound. This game contains swearing, drugs, depictions / descriptions of graphic violence, sexual assault, and just basically anything else you could think of that might be a touchy subject is brought up and analyzed by this game in some fashion. So there are a lot of a lot of difficult moments to be had, and if you're particularly sensitive to any of the things I just listed off, you may want to reconsider your location. Also not a good game to show kids, that's for sure. So as usual, our content, our channel is always labeled 18+, but I keep the label on for the reason of games like this, where sometimes our game content does tend into the more mature. And yes, I can move the camera here. I think I'm, let's see, what's the base interface look like here? Am I better off in the top corner? Yeah, that looks like a reasonable spot. Top corner? Let's try up here. I think we also tried down here. I can't remember which one was better. Feels like down here was... I cover up my own... the expression, though. We go in the top corner. Glusk said, I enjoyed pretending I knew exactly what all the subjects of this game meant. Yeah. Exactly. So do we have any gear? That's right, we're collecting cans and bottles. We had our fun with the alcohol, but we need to get something better. So track down some speed is on the list of things to do. Talk to the big man at the wall, also on the list of things to do. Let's see, was there anything else in the logbook? Let's see. Find a way into the secret passage. Find an armor piece. That's right. Rent is $20 bucks a day. We'll have to get that on our own, but I think we have that much to work with. I don't think there's any dialogue at the top right. Shouldn't be, anyway. See, that guy might have been able to get us some speed, but we made enemies with him by forcing him to give up the low... Talk about the trucker lady. That's right. What about this man?
Everything's still cool here, officer. Me?
This man probably comes from Seaguy.
Very cool.
Let's see.
I
Okay.
like your
We don't have any
style,
business to
officer.
do with you? No. May need a guide, and we'll definitely need some pre-planning to get all the armor. Yeah, that makes sense. There's going to be some tasks in this game that you can only reasonably accomplish if you know where you're going ahead of time. That's why this game has replayability, right? I'm not expecting to be able to get or do everything on the first try. We're not even using the save load feature to force rolls in our favor, which you are allowed to do if you want to, but it doesn't really feel to me like this game is meant for that. As others have said in previous sessions, sometimes failing is actually the more interesting option when it comes to some of these checks.
Oh, look. It's the cop. Oh, high-grade narcotics, illegal fire.
Relax. He's merely joking.
I've always wanted a friend in the
They
underworld.
usually get shipped to Grodd and the Occident. They'll even make... Not unless they've illegalized sports equipment while I was on the road.
He
Okay.
crosses.
Figure out where we can get our drug hookup. Failing checks is a good thing. Failing checks being a good thing is a good thing, if you ask me. So, what's this guy's name? I definitely don't remember you.
To work!
Don't think we know his name.
Right to work. Shame
Don't
on
take out the
you.
picture, no. Are you a mercenary hired by Wild Pines?
Hell no. I'm just an honest scab. I won't have talk like that around here. You understand?
It just has to be said. That was not a convincing line.
Is there a tribunal being convened by any chance?
Fucking fuck.
I'm going to interpret that as a yes. There's a tribunal, and it won't be long until it's ready.
How about you fuck off now, huh?
And thus the content warning.
Okay, of course.
Oh, I see. Yeah, we are blocking the dialogue log. Ah, I see. Yes, we are. Okay, so yes, maybe top right then. Let's try up here and a little smaller. That's probably the safe spot.
There could be weapons aiming at us right now, somewhere above, in the buildings. The other merc. Don't push this, he's thinking. This is not the time.
Do we have any new options? I'm an honest scab? That doesn't sound too convincing.
Fucking loincloth.
Loincloth? Now you see, that's not really what a scab would say, is it? Better not to press the issue further, sire. He seems tense.
Oh, I understand. Okay. We'll back
The
off then.
man's breathing steadies, but his eyes are still narrow. Slowly.
And we know we
he's
shouldn't show him the
trying to
tattoo.
get
Certainly,
his
certainly not now and not
dots
here.
Back on.
So we'll avoid that. Thus, the leads on where to go next are a little slim currently. We're supposed to return to Kuno and confront him. Doesn't sound like it's going to be productive. Have enough money for rent this evening. Good. Just more spoken words between Hades or this? Ooh, good question. Could be a tough competition. All right, so what are our dialogue options with the... leader of the Union Men, the Hardy Boys?
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
This jackass. We have to establish authority. It's a... Oh, we actually have a reasonable chance. We discussed the 8th Hardy ever asked to cooperate. This gives us a bonus. We can retry this check as we get additional bonuses to our authority. So I might be able to try to establish authority, then say I've connected you to the local drug trade, then try to establish authority again, if I understand this correctly. Let's do that. Let's establish authority.
Establish authority. Yes. Authority. Feverish thoughts race through your mind.
First you tell me somebody's been raped, and then you don't say who, stomp your feet. I'm the only thing keeping this town from going to hell, and you're not helping. That's all I've got? You're not helping.
And what exactly is it you've been doing that's so goddamn special? Shitting yourself in front of us. Going around, harassing kids on the street. Kids who've done nothing wrong.
Those kids have very bad manners, okay?
All the while talking racist shit. Don't think we aren't watching, fascia. People here trust us. We're getting complaints.
Fascia. That's short for fascist.
Or for connective tissue. I'm not shitting myself.
Of course you are. E, didn't Carly work in a diaper shop?
Yeah. Callie said you've been hanging around the adult diaper shop, browsing the aisles. Too ashamed to ask for assistance.
Now that I can believe. And then there's the matter of the floor being completely covered in feces.
Yes, shit, feces, poop, scatological jokes. If you don't have anything more to say, then we are going to go back to asking questions.
You don't have to be the
I
butt
understand.
of every joke. You're making the lieutenant look bad. Just stick to what you know. Guns.
Guns. That's what I know. It's a lot of words, 5280. Guess what? I've connected you to the local drug trade.
Like hell you have. There is no local drug trade. This place is as clean as a rifle. Go back
Yeah, and
to
I hate it.
Jamrock and ask the local junkies how clean your streets are in precinct 41 kilos.
We'll do that. In the meantime, did you know that there's an abandoned lorry at the intersection that was used to move raw ingredients for drugs from Terminal B to Jamrock? The person driving it was present at the hanging. It was one of you. We've connected the footprints. Detective, do you want to deliver the coup de grâce?
You're right, there is no local drug trade, except for you.
That's a mighty interesting theory. I guess that's what you would need to do, theoretically. A big, strong, state-run monopoly would outcompete the runts on the street.
Yeah, man. Theoretically, that's what you would do. To get rid of the gangs, the dealers, even some of the junkies.
You would need good, trustworthy people to take their place, of course. Hardy men to run such a monopoly. For the good of the community, of course.
You're admitting to profiting off poisoning your people. People are always going to do drugs, at least the way you have this way you have control over it. Or keep telling yourself that. I know there's drugs out there. Is this an adventure roguelike? I wouldn't say it's a roguelike at all. It's more like a choose-your-own-adventure novel. This is a good description of this. Diavor, the God Eater. Welcome with your raiding crew. You're just joining us for the start of our, I want to say, 4th session of Disco Elysium, playing through it blind for the first time. Currently confronting the leader of the Hardy Boys with his drug trade. A very, very deep RPG. Finished semi recently. We're a few play sessions in. I'd say about at start of day 2 is a better description. Start of day 2. I don't know how far I am in other than that. You're profiting off of poisoning.
Boo fucking who. People will always be taking drugs. Might as well do it clean and organized.
Yeah, that's what the labor movement is all about. Clean and organized. And the Hardy Boys are running it.
Theoretically, of course. We're just talking politics here. My answer to your drug accusation is, how dare you? Go fuck yourself.
It's been really nice to see an increasing trend in games adding more thorough narration to themselves post-release. This isn't the only game I can think of that's done that. Off the top of my head, Divinity Original Sin the First actually had voice acting originally, but then the devs went out and just kind of like redid all of the VA for the whole game, or at least most of it, for the enhanced edition. So they revoiced the whole game.
Not quite yet, Mr. Hardy. There were 8 sets of prints on the crime scene. There are only 7 Hardy Boys here.
The 8th Hardy, the one who's missing, she runs the thing, right?
My answer is, fuck off. Mind your own business. There is no 8th Hardy. I run this goddamn scene.
I And here we go. Back to the usual.
I know. Fatty walked on all fours. He's so fucking fat, he left 2 sets of footprints.
Yeah, with his 4 feet.
Go fuck your mom, Dennis.
That's more like it, boys. You heard him. It was Angus on all fours. Anything else you need to know?
All right, well, we've successfully confronted, and that gave us another +1 on this check. We now have a 1 in 4 chance of doing it. They're probably going to call me a poopy boy again if I fail, but I'm willing to take that risk.
This time it's going to work. You already ruled out the first bad option that didn't.
That's right. Oh, we rolled 15. We were so close. How's it going, Cosmic Spy? That's all I got?
Did you already try the gun thing? I hear the gun thing is excellent and has great results. You're probably right. The others are only there for filler, to make the gun thing pop.
Oh, I can't argue with that logic. Kim, I need your gun.
Why?
This is not what he thinks it is. This is a great idea. I'm afraid it's not what you think it is either.
What? Who, me? What is it?
Yes, you. Stop talking out loud. You sound like you're unraveling.
Everybody calm down. This is only a demonstration. Kim, the gun, please.
What in the name of fuck are you doing?
But I don't want to give you my gun.
The fuck is happening, Titus? What are they whispering about?
Yeah, also this game has just genuinely very funny moments that arise from the ludicrous situations you're constantly thrust into.
Easy, Shanks. I want to see where this is going.
Trust me, Kim, I am merely flesh.
Merely what? Be careful, it's loaded.
Good. Now put it in your mouth.
But I want to point it at them. No, I know better than to do that. I like where authority's going. All right, I'll put it in my mouth. I trust you, self.
What are you doing?
Short, cold barrel touches your lips. It tastes like iron and hell.
Genuine panic flies across the lieutenant's face.
Fellas, you getting any of this?
These are my thoughts. This is my head. You will never forget what happens in 5 seconds if you don't respect me. I'm gonna kill myself now, you fucking whore. Wow. That's an option. I am not fucking this case up. You will respect me.
We'll solve the case. Look at me. Don't worry. This demonstration is not helping at all.
Yeah. Cause I sorta wanna see that shit.
You won't, man. His fucking balls ain't big enough.
You will never forget what happens.
Fellas, the cop is really threatening to off himself. This is insane.
Look, you got in here. You got me into this situation, subconscious. You better have a follow-up plan.
No, that is not what is happening. This show is unnecessary. Give me my gun now.
He's desperately trying to offer a counter-narrative. There is none.
These are my thoughts.
What in the name of
This is my head.
motherfuck?
The fuck is he saying?
Some insane shit.
Nothing. Give me the gun.
Well, pulling the trigger seems unlikely to end well for us. I guess I'll click the one remaining option that isn't that.
He's not gonna off himself. Come on.
No. He'll do it. Go ahead, son. 3, 2.
2, 1. Do it. Get this one thing right.
The authority stat wants me to do it. I should have saved before we encountered this. All right, Kim, you can have your gun back. Didn't seem like it worked.
Nothing to worry about here, people. My partner likes to play these jokes. He's what you call dark.
Dork.
Dark? What the fuck was that, you carnies? We haven't seen RCM in 4 years, and this shows up?
I knew he wasn't gonna do it, though. I knew he'd pussy out.
No. I still have my money on him. Sooner or later, he has that look.
Did you like my funny
Do not
joke?
think your failed suicide attempt will win you any pity from these men. Do not expect them to forget it either.
Again, it was a dark joke. Maybe we should go for a little walk, Joker, before we continue. Jogging around seems to have a positive effect on you.
No, I like pushing my luck here. I talked to Joyce, the merc you hanged. His friends are coming for you.
Yeah. By friends, you mean his squad mates from Crenell.
Wouldn't want to beat up his grandma.
They're forming a tribunal and they're coming for you.
This is what happens if you take the law into your own hands. Other people start doing it too.
Let them come. The Hardy Boys are right fucking here.
You heard the man. Right here. We're armed. We got the whole district behind us. And Glenn. Glenn is fucking crazy.
Yeah. A well-oiled murder machine.
Did you know a single Sorays giant hornet can kill 40 bees a minute? It's Krenel's bad news, you know that, right?
So are the local gangs. The fucking Barmy Army and the Madre scum. You've been out there. Seen any around?
Yeah. Where are they now, huh? Sent back to Madre in an airtight cargo crate.
These people are trained military professionals. Special forces, as you said. They're not a gang or a barmy army.
No, they're not. They're uncoordinated and drunk. We know more about them than you think.
Joyce says they've gone rogue.
Big fucking surprise. They hire psycho scum, arm them to the teeth, and let them loose in the city. What do you think is gonna happen?
They're gonna kill a lot of people, possibly you.
We got weapons of our own. We got Ister 50s, Zeelagers. Glenn's got a knock cannon at home.
And will that pierce ceramic armor?
I guess we're gonna see, aren't we?
That was an unsure phrasing.
See what, that they don't?
Yeah, like you've been up against ceramic armor. You haven't even seen the whole suit, right? I've seen the whole fucking thing, and it didn't make him immortal.
So you admit you were at the crime scene. Do you know that a single Sorays giant hornet can kill 40 bees a minute?
The fuck is that supposed to mean?
And you are the bees.
We're not bees. We're men. We're socialists.
Yeah, bees are communists.
Easy.
Different.
He's trying to
completely
phase
different.
you.
They
What
reject
are
my
you
false
trying to
comparison. I understand.
Scare my men? What do you mean, okay?
I mean, okay, you got one more gun on your side. Once I find mine, I lost it. We can tell him they're going to win, he's going to win. I'll be on your side when I find my gun, or I'll be on their side. I think they're going to wipe you out, dude.
No, they won't. Get out of here with your negative energy.
Oh, no.
All he means is that the situation is serious.
My negative energy has been dismissed.
No wonder you cops get shot to shit every day. Can't go to war with an attitude like that.
All right, that gave us another +2, so we can try again. This time we're actually better than even odds to finally establish that we have authority over this bruh. But we might get humiliated one more time. Just like the giant racist.
As you look around this
We made
room
it!
full of sweaty men, swearing, drinking, spitting out tobacco, does this look familiar?
I get it, Titus. You guys really are the authority, wink, around here.
Huh?
You must be. You're just like real cops, drinking beer and sitting around with your dicks in your hand. The shade.
You got a problem with beer now.
Not quite there yet. Push on.
No, I'm also a big fan of beer. and jerking off instead of helping people.
You saying we don't help people? I've been doing this job for 10 years. Martinez was a dump before we put this outfit together.
They don't know, man. They weren't here. We had 3 shootings a week, kids dead, fucking graffito everywhere. You cops haven't shown up since the 30s.
Congratulations on the graffito removal. All I see is you sitting around talking about Monica's titties while there's a rape victim.
So what? What do you want from me? We took care of that fuck.
Don't let him drink that. One more push. Quick.
Someone's been raped. She needs counseling. We need to talk to her.
Titus?
She stops mid-sentence. That's it. You got him. He's going to give it up, but on his terms.
You want to talk to her, cop? Fine. I'm gonna let you talk to her, but you treat her with respect. If you don't, if you question her, harass her, a freight train of pain, buddy.
What is her name?
Claudia, I'm on due. She's staying here at the Whirling in Rags, a real pretty one. Silvery jumpsuit, blonde. That's I'm on due with an O-U.
Sounds like you have a soft spot.
Shit. The girl. The girl upstairs? That can't be her. She knows you drank so hard you forgot you were a cop.
Oh. We met her. Miss Orange Disco Dancer?
Sure. Why not? You've probably seen her around.
Amanju, cool.
You inexplicably
Was
add
not cool.
Cool after the victim's name, with your eyes bulging like some wild beast. Your fingers are fidgeting and sweat starts forming on your brow as Titus looks at you oddly.
I don't understand what's so cool here.
Nothing. We just have a few more questions. Then we'll be on our way.
Calm. Normal. Try to forget this little hiccup.
I think I know her. So, what was her relationship with the mercenary?
Relationship? There was no fucking relationship.
No, I mean,
he raped
like,
her.
how did they know
That's
each other?
Their relationship.
Was like that karaoke incident all over again. Or like some of the other girls he was harassing.
Okay, enough. All of this is irrelevant to your stated investigation.
When did the crime occur?
He did it before we killed him. He's not gonna do it again. So what does it matter?
It would help if we establish a timeline.
Exactly.
All right. 2 weeks, maybe? I don't know. I need another beer.
Here you go, boss.
What's your relationship with her?
I know her.
Ah.
How well do you know her?
Well enough, Copper. We party. She's been here for a few months.
So she's not from around here.
You mean Revachol? Nah. Our Miss Aranye disco dancer is an immigrant or a drifter of some sort. Been staying over here over the winter.
Don't you give her any more trouble. She's just had some bad luck, that's all.
Shut up, Angie. She doesn't need your help.
Titus gives them both a look. They fall silent. What's with all the silences? It's like these guys don't know how to feel about this. You should keep picking at it.
You said you partied, but what do you mean?
What do you think I meant?
Sex, drugs, and karaoke.
Yes, and no. Got something to say about it?
No to karaoke. So you were close.
No, we just fucked. That's all. I'm not gonna give you any details if that's what you're after. So put your dick away.
He really went out of his way to seem comfortable with this topic. That's all you're gonna get for now. He's doing a good job here. A commendable performance of I don't give a shit.
I think I know her.
You don't know her. Good boy.
We'll talk to her.
Remember what I said. Freight train of pain.
Got it. It's a good time for a manual save, too. Just to be sure. What do you gotta say, Kim?
What in the name of hell was that supposed to be?
Hey, it worked! Well, I mean, not the gun thing, but the dialogue as a whole was successful, Kim.
The theatrical suicide attempt. We need to talk about it.
It was a cry for help.
Yes. Well, I was able to recontextualize it as a dark joke. I will not be able to recontextualize it the next time. I understand you sometimes employ extreme interrogation tactics, but I want you to understand that was too extreme. We can't have RCM officers going around putting guns in their mouths. We can't afford to have that image. Few institutions can.
Are you telling me you won't loan me your gun again? It's gonna happen again. I'm going to do it again. I'm gonna try it again soon. But why did she leave me then? I went with my gut feeling, and this time it was wrong. It's more or less true.
Yes. Very, very, very wrong. I'm glad you see it my way. Let's go.
And?
Officer, what was that?
You mean the sweating and the fidgeting?
Yes.
And the sort of quivering jello thing with the eye?
Yes.
I think I know that lady.
The victim? Is there something I should know before we talk to her?
Whatever you do, don't say the first thing.
Good job, Rhetoric. I met her in the hallway after I woke up.
Understood. You were not in good shape on Monday.
She knows I didn't remember being a cop.
Okay, that's manageable.
That's what I know.
This is unprofessional. Not sharing information with me is unprofessional.
His opinion of you has lowered considerably.
That was inevitable. Let's see, this gives us intellect minus health. Cigarettes make you smarter. Got it. The patrol cloak is really good. Tie is good too. Some of these are just plus 2 all stat. And we have 4 skill points. We should assign a couple of these. How's our conceptualizations doing? Jamais vu. Intellect learning caps are raised. Psych learning caps raised. Speed gives sigh. We're a superstar. Let's unlock a new spot. And we can now conceptualize something new. Does it tell us what the bonus you'll get is at the end? Doesn't seem like it is. Socioeconomics. Indirect modes of taxation. An ace is high. Are the things we can internalize at the moment. I think I'd also like to assign 1 point somewhere. Maybe keep a couple for stat checks we want to retry. If we encounter them. I'm down to further develop the Inland Empire or our intellect stats. But I'd also be down to develop something else like electrochemistry or something else. No particular hard checks we're trying to resolve at the moment. I'm going to take one more Inland Empire. And I want 1 point of Electrochem. I don't know if we're actually going to use that, but I want it. Where is the body at the moment? Processing. It's been sent to processing. Door number 3. All right. Although first I actually want to maybe restore our morale a little bit more. See what the morale heal costs at the shop. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. Started a Twitch chat vote for something, but what exactly, I'm not sure.
Is this about the questions again?
No, wait, there's a different thing for...
You see several packaged raincoats fill a low shelf beneath a display of croissants. A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles, nasal sprays, and blister packs.
Ah.
They all bear the Saint Baptiste Pharmaceutics logo.
$270 for 3 bottles of magnesium, or $250 for 1 plus 3. I'd rather just take the separate magnesium bottles.
Okay, here. Okay, here. I hope Saint Baptiste makes you feel better or something.
Thanks.
The tear machine stands. Your bottles clunk into the machine.
I got 20 cents. Works for me. So back to the whirling in rags. Upstairs.
The door is closed.
Who is it?
Tired. Controlled.
This is the police. Can we come in?
Come on up. The door is open. I'm drying my hair.
Dirty pile of clothes. Ladies. Hotel bill calculations. This room has sad all over it. Reminds you of your own. 4 months of payments for the room.
This medicine cabinet is full of wares. Sheets of pills, haphazardly stacked, one on top of the other.
We're snooping.
There's also a toothbrush somewhere in there.
Look at the medications.
Pharmaceuticals line the shelves. Sheet upon sheet of pill bottle next to pill bottle. Acetylic acid, APAP, eye drops, blood thinners. Among some foreign, probably Messinian or Gottwaldian, marked red blister packs you find. What do you find? This is going to take a little know-how.
And look at that. We actually get a bonus to our electrochemistry because we have a hangover. And we just invested in this stat.
Nothing of note. The further you look, the more arcane it gets.
No, I refuse.
You don't know what the rest of this stuff does. Pill bottles rattle like bones as you search the cabinet. Paracetamol, histoperidol, something in a foreign language you can't read. Behind them, an unusually shaped nasal spray. Its label reads, Nacra. Nacra? This is used to treat opioid overdoses. Always handy to have around.
Nacra, opioid antagonist.
Interesting. That's used for diamorphine overdoses.
A bright orange bottle with Preptide stamped on it. in sunny, happy letters. Jackpot, baby. That's the stuff you're looking for. Your palms begin to sweat just holding that little plastic container.
Can try to secretly take it. What's so exciting about it?
It's speed, man. Just what you were looking for. They call it dextroamphetamine and talk about psychological disorders. But what we're seeing here is some scientifically advanced trucker speed.
That sounds like good stuff. Let's take that for evidence.
The lieutenant looks toward the door as if he didn't see you pilfer that sweet peptide. Who cares, man? Who cares what the stiff thinks? Here comes the afterburner. Just put it in your sweaty little hand now.
Not right now. We're going to wait until we have some privacy for the good stuff. And until we've concluded our business here with the lady trucker. Hastily made bed.
Welcome to the roof.
Below her silvery jumpsuit,
you made it.
An athletic young body, built long and lean.
I'm sorry for the mess down there. The cleaning lady hasn't come by in days. I'm beginning to wonder if she ever will.
I think it does a good job, 5280, of highlighting how the world, especially this dank and dingy one that we're in, does a good job of constantly tempting those who would seek to do good with opportunities to do otherwise. Is there a cleaning lady? I think I need one. Nice view you got here.
It's much nicer now.
Where the dead body used to hang, clearly visible from the roof, but no longer.
Thank you for that, officers. Truly.
I think I need a cleaning lady.
Oh, yes. Legends of room number 1 have made their way around the building. They say a portal to hell has opened in there.
Disco Infernum.
They also say that's why the cleaning lady quit. Because of the infernum.
I am Kim Kitsuragi. I am a detective from Precinct 57. I see you've already met my colleague.
Have I ever? Have you grown accustomed to your role as a police officer?
Once a cop, always a cop. ACAB.
Like riding a coppercycle.
Exactly.
Miss, we are investigating the murder of the man down there. The people who put him there have asked us to talk to you.
Huh. I see.
It's like she's disappointed this wasn't about more entertaining matters.
I have a personal question. What is your name, miss, for the record?
Clausier Amondou.
Same name that Titus gave you. It sounds Oranese, as does her accent.
Are you from Orny?
Right, sir. Vredefort, Republic of Oranje. I guess you could say I am an Oranese expatriate.
It's impolite to ask a lady her age. What do you do?
Something stupid.
What's that?
Oranese lit.
Literature?
Oranese literature.
Yeah.
It's what I studied at the university.
And what's that about?
Fear of failure, fear of death, how it sucks to be Oranese. All national literatures are... Only the name of the nation changes.
What about Revacholian literature? People sometimes reveal things about themselves when they discuss such matters.
Including Revacholian literature?
No. Revacholian lit is about how magnificent and serious Revachol is. It's about how you have to save the world.
I have no intention of doing that. I do feel the urge to save the world. I guess that's why I'm on this case.
That's the natural state of the Revacholian hero.
She seems quite relaxed for a victim of assault. But, of course, what seems should not be your priority.
Orany's lit. What did you do with it?
Nothing. I do nothing with it.
How do you make money then? Money is very important. Show her some money. Explain how. Money can be exchanged for goods and services. Woohoo!
It's not very cool, but what can you do?
What can you do? Do you have a passport?
I'm afraid you can't, officer.
Why is that?
Because it's buried in a sealed plastic bag at an undisclosed location on the coast, along with cash and airline tickets.
Thank you for your candor. Why?
They say so in your tourist brochure. Keep travel documents away from your person when west of the river.
How do I know you told us your real name?
If I were to lie to you, I would come up with a more mainstream name than Clausia Mondu. It's a weird name.
She seems to be telling the truth, sire.
All right, then.
Okie dokie.
How old are you?
I'm 28.
What is Oranje?
A bad memory, officer.
Of?
Of lilacs and lightning. Parks, glass. Duraluminium. Vredefort is a conference city. It's always autumn there. A night. At least it was for me.
What's so bad about that?
Nothing. If you're no longer there.
Thank you.
The record. So official.
They tell us you were raped.
It's a bit early in the morning for raped, isn't it?
It's almost noon.
She looks around. The sun has risen over the sea. People are rushing to work below.
It is. It's murderously early. I'm amazed I'm awake. Why am I even awake?
That's a vibe. So were you or weren't you?
Yeah. I'm gonna go with not raped. I don't want to say that shit about him.
By him, she must mean the victim.
Tell them it's not my style. They'll have to, if they want to jazz up the charges, they'll have to get someone more, rapeable.
By they, she means the Hardy Boys.
Are you saying that you were asked to tell us you were assaulted?
Not explicitly, but I understood what they meant. It wouldn't hurt to spice things up a bit. Some assault and battery. Sexual assault, maybe. It was clear the latter would be spicier.
Because of the implication. What did happen between you and the victim?
We partied.
The kind I do?
With all due respect, sir, I think we partied a little harder than that.
Harder than this? Keep pointing your face. I didn't know that was physically possible.
Oh, it is. You're still alive.
What did you do when you...
That's technical.
We drank, sir. A lot. For weeks, basically. We had that effect on each other. We made each other drink harder. That's why I liked him.
What else?
Stimulants. Speed also has that effect, making you drink harder. And then drinking harder makes you do more speed. It's quite the combination. We also had sex.
So you went on a weeks-long seconds and drug binge. Understandable. Were feelings involved?
A little. The drugs were good enough, and we did enough of them.
That also makes sense.
How did you two meet?
Downstairs, at the bar. He was on some sort of assignment. A military man, as you probably know. Had a cool, scary scar.
When was this?
A month ago? Something like that.
Must have been hard for you seeing him there.
Oh, yes. I've had a great view. From the roof, out of the bathroom window, in my dreams.
A bitter cringe. It hurts. You look to the lieutenant.
You called us, the RCM.
Yes.
Jackpot.
The call. That was you.
I made it. And I would appreciate it if you didn't tell everyone. In Martinez, they call it snitching.
Reporting crimes is confidential in Ravachol, miss.
The caller's voice was disguised.
I didn't exactly disguise it. I just muffled the mic and nicked the landline a little.
Oh, really? That's classic. Just like, cut enough into the line to distort the audio, but not enough to sever the connection.
With nail clippers. And I diverted some radio fuzz into it. Into the cold wire.
Which landline?
The one downstairs, officer. I used the whirling landline.
Why go through all the trouble?
I don't know, sir. It was stupid. I was drunk, too. I was probably afraid the union was listening in. Locals say they have ears in the wires.
Thank you for making the call, miss. It was the right thing to do.
I didn't want to, sir. But if I hadn't, he'd still be hanging there.
What did they hang him for if not for rape?
He had something to do with the strike. One has been roiling since I got here. Rotten timing. But you probably know all about it.
And his role in this strike was what?
I think he was in a security detail. He was ex-military, worked for Wild Pines, and against the Union. We didn't discuss work much, if you know what I mean. But I understood it was dangerous.
More dangerous than you know.
And they lynched him for it?
She nods.
What can you tell me about him?
I'm sorry, I can't do it. Not right now. Later, maybe. I keep seeing him. Like he is now.
I have a photo if that would
I
help.
Can't talk about his, I don't know, hair.
I know it's difficult, miss. We can return to it later.
She meant she sees him in her dreams.
All right, this is a bit of a gamble. I've also seen him in a dream.
You have? Not like I do, I imagine.
She sees them in each other's arms.
I see him as me.
She fishes a cigarette out of her pack and lights it, then looks at you with her lungs full of smoke.
Interesting, that was an electrochem check.
I can see the similarity, yes.
I also appreciate that the game doesn't tell you when you don't succeed these checks. So constantly we're being interrupted by, like Inland Empire success, electrochem success. But what's not shown is all the authority failure, the drama failure, the empathy failures that are invisibly rolling behind the scenes and not causing interjections that we could be having.
Funny.
Funny how?
Nothing. I also saw him. We had a long inspection and that sort of thing sticks with you. Let's move on.
How do the Hardy Boys know you?
They're frequent guests. Downstairs, they have a booth for union members. They're probably down there now.
And how'd you meet?
Over drinks. It's been a long, boring winter.
Did you party with them?
A little, yeah.
Like you partied with the deceased?
No, not as hard.
I'm sorry to have to ask this, but have you had a physical relationship with any of the Hardy Boys?
I have.
Which ones?
Which ones, sir? I don't remember precisely. Titus, obviously. But as I said, it's been a long winter.
Understood. And Titus asked you to spice things up.
Pretty much.
Warming them.
Okay. She's got cold hands. Thanks, interfacing. All right. Sounds like it was consensual.
She breathes a silvery sigh.
And that this is really about the Union versus Green Pines,
on the roof,
which we kind of knew already.
Humid.
Should we head by downstairs, officer? We may have things to discuss there.
As he says so, you feel the young woman looking at you and get a feeling you can't quite put your finger on. A suspicion?
Good old Inland Empire stat. All right, I had something else before we go.
She nods. Silvery cigarette fumes disappear into her mouth.
Nice room you got here.
Yeah, it's pretty deluxe.
What are you doing here?
I'm wintering.
How long have you been staying here?
About 4 months. I came in November.
The bills downstairs concur.
Why here?
Here in the Whirling, here in Martinez, or here in Revachol?
Here on the island. Here in the Whirling, specifically.
Because it's the funkiest building in Martinez. And because all the other buildings are bombed to hell.
Hate to say it, but you've got sad written all over your apartment.
Yeah. I've contaminated it pretty bad.
Is that why you're out here?
The contamination spreads from room to room.
Yeah.
First, I escaped upstairs. The sad got that too. Then I found the handle for the summer door.
Grand of Greed says, I think my favorite part about the checks are that successful checks are still just the inner workings of your brain, which may be hilariously wrong, such as telling us to put the gun in our mouth in front of a crowd and dramatically lowering Kim's opinion of ourselves. Because at heart, we're a depressed, suicidal alcoholic, and we can't quite get over her. Wait, who's her? I don't know, but we're very sad about it. What's the nature of this contamination?
For me, it's a mix of me with a lack of cleaning services. How about you?
There's a reason we were drinking to forget, Twitch chat.
Talk around the establishment is, you have an industrial sad spill in there.
And have you ever played a game, really old RPG? This game reminds me of it in some ways. Planescape Torment. Not everything is meant to be remembered. For me, it's alcoholism.
Cool. I think I'm developing a pinch of that too. It hasn't done wonders to my taste in interior decoration.
You've got quite the collection of prescription drugs down there.
Thank you. I've put a lot of time and effort into it.
Always gets mentioned when somebody tries to compare disco with something else. Yeah, that feels about right. There's definitely some similarities. Planescape is a very old game with some serious flaws and rough spots that can make it a little difficult to get through in modern times. But it's definitely one of a kind in the gaming sphere. There's really nothing quite like it.
Technically, possession of narcotics is legal in Revachol, but you should still reprimand her.
It was quite impressive. How'd you get all that?
With money, sir. It's not exactly the anti-star size caboodle I intend for it to be one day, but it's getting there.
The anti-star is, or was, a Vespertine rock and roll star who liked to do drugs. He did so many drugs, he eventually mutated into a corpse.
You've got Nacra.
Comes in handy when you've done too many opioids.
Is that something that happens to you often, miss?
Better safe than sorry.
And Preptide?
Oh, yes. One of my favorites. It cures many ailments.
Such as?
Like not being able to stay up for 36 hours, not being happy. It cures those ailments. It's just a mirrored speed molecule, basically.
Yes, that's essentially what Adderall is. Which, fun fact, makes Adderall show up on most drug tests because it is basically just speed. I'm not going to tell her that I took hers, though. That seems like going a bit too far.
Very funky.
All right, anything else?
Okay.
Look her in the eye. Requires a legendary volition check. Interesting. I have a personal question.
Yes. You're just one room away. Very personal.
Good. Yes. This means she could have heard something, like what you were doing before you blacked out.
Maniatric says the Planescape was the #1 inspiration to the devs. Yeah, huge inspiration and influence to us. That's cool. Yeah, they even link it there. Inspiration and recommendations. Well, there you go. I think I played Planescape about a decade ago. It was old even then. Just a quick overview. In that game, for those with D&D knowledge, the game is set in the city of Sigil. A city at the heart of the intersecting planes of Dungeons and Dragons. So it's like the intersection of all the dimensions, where beings from all the different worlds converge to do business and live in, I wouldn't say harmony. It's like a megalopolis, so, giant city life. You awaken as a corpse in a mortuary, having forgotten everything, and embark upon a quest to figure out what it was that you lost, and discover yourself along the way. And just like this game, that game has lots of long philosophical dialogues, some really interesting conversations to be had with the different companions of the world, and tremendously huge amounts of dialogue. Planescape also has like a truly enormous word count. We were talking earlier in the stream, this game's word count is over 1 million, longer than all Lord of the Rings combined. I think Planescape is in a similar size magnitude, although that game's not voice acted. Parts of it are, but not fully, for sure. Anyway, were you in Sunday night?
You do not need to know that. What you need is to ask normal police questions, like...
Yes, that I was talking about flaws of Planescape Torment. I'd say the entire combat system of Planescape Torment is ultimately just standing in the way of the game. The game would be much better off if they stripped it out entirely, but there's a lot of trash mob content in Planescape Torment when it really doesn't need it.
Get a grip, he thinks. At least do your personal stuff when I'm not here.
Okay. Fair enough, Kim. But you've been following me around all day. How do I get some privacy to do speed and talk to this lady? You know?
Why not? I'll be here until 11 p.m.
11
drinking
p.m.
coffee, most likely.
All right. Well, I'll be back at night. I'd like that little pronunciation guide for the locations at the bottom there real quick. Your biggest hesitation in checking it off your backlog? Yeah. You definitely have to endure parts of Planescape.
With those so-called hardy boys. Half their reasoning just went out the window.
You think this will make them cooperate?
Nothing will make them respect the RCM, but it will disrupt the game they prepared for us. We just stripped off one layer of whatever it is. Her decision to not corroborate their story was definitely not part of the plan.
And why did she tell us all that?
What else could she have done? Lie? She saw there was no way to lie and get away with it.
I'm not sure she had to lie. I wouldn't have known.
If not you, then me. It was a smart move from her.
Something's off here.
You think so? She seemed forthcoming. Unusually so. Being forthcoming about some things is a good way to obscure other things. The best liars are always forthcoming. Anyway, we should move. I suspect our investigation will bring us back here soon enough.
Indeed. How's it going, Hypertonic? Yes, this is my first playthrough. We're doing this more or less blind. I am not using save and load for failed checks either. We're just kind of seeing what happens as we explore and what ending we're going to stumble into. I don't know. All right, so what does the logbook currently say? When Kim's not around to stop you, ask the lady about what she heard from her room the night before you emerged into reality. She must know something. When she's collected herself, ask more for the autopsy. So we need to talk to her again later. Confront. Okay. Actually, can I pay up for the night right now?
You should totally sing karaoke here, the first chance you get. Your emotions need to be expressed. People need to know your vast, oceanic soul.
My soul's cubic content is obscured by the hangover.
Of course. At this point, precise measurements of your soul can only be performed from the outside. It needs to be heard through a PA system by other people.
This goes well with a theory I'm developing, that I'm a down-on-my-luck superstar.
Who is mistakenly identified as a cop for his prominent jawline? Yes, sounds likely. You should probably go on stage and pose for a moment when you're done with this thought. See if it works.
What should I sing?
You have not yet stumbled on the right lamentation, but it's out there. It'll come to you. You will wreak havoc with it. Don't worry.
Lamentation sounds good. They'll really get a gauge on my soul with that.
Serves them right. Wipe that smirk off their face with your sad, tragic song. Who's laughing now? No one. You have to find something tragic to sing first, though.
This feels right. You belong here. Sure does.
Can I help you?
By the way, I'm going to sing karaoke here.
Absolutely out of the question.
Absolutely in the question. First we find a sad banger. Then we sing this place to shit. Your body is ready, sire.
About my bill.
Got the 20 real?
Here you go.
Good. You got the room for the night, but remember, you'll need another 20 real tomorrow.
Bye. Sing karaoke. You need to find a sufficiently tragic tape, then play it on a boombox to memorize the lyrics. Then ask the cafeteria manager to perform. So we must get hold of a sad song on tape, the sad banger, so that we can sing them all to shit. All right, and quick save is F5, right? That's right, okay. Hey!
It's you again. What is it?
She says she wasn't raped.
Fuck! I knew that fucking whore couldn't be trusted.
For the record, Titus Hardy did not explicitly specify the victim as a whore, nor did he say anything about trusting her.
Oh, shut up and stay out of this, Liz. He raped her. He was out of his fucking mind. You have no idea.
She's just in denial, asshole. You don't understand the traumatic experience. She's shutting down, and she doesn't fucking trust you.
Yeah, she's crazy, you know. A crazy bitch. You know the type. She's fucked up.
This is a diversion. Stay on track.
Cut the bullshit.
Lawman, I'm at the end of my goddamn rope with you. I fucking told you not to push her. And you went and pushed her. I am gonna fucking...
Titus Hardy.
Oh, both names. You're in trouble, dude.
Everett personally sent me to take care of this. If this goes south, we'll all be in the shit. But you, Titus Hardy, are going to be buried. Am I understood?
When she's angry, she emphasizes the S. It gives her voice a strangely hypnotic quality. Her lips barely move as she speaks. Frankly, it's a bit terrifying. Someone has to rush in to break the tension. The second in command.
Me?
Look, Copper.
No.
We know that that fuck was a rapist and a killer. We got him confessing to it on tape.
Do you now?
Show it to him, T. What's the harm, right?
Because I'll gain other knowledge that's on the tape, obviously. That's the harm.
Here, jerkwad, listen to this shit. And then come back and tell me the soldier of the apocalypse was an innocent man.
This is their last play, this tape. Their story is in tatters, a mess. It might be nice to listen to, but at this point, you don't need to.
Where did you get this?
You think we go into this shit deaf and dumb? You RCM aren't the only ones who know how to bug people. There's no university degree for that.
Actually, there are a few. Crypto analyst, radio officer.
Actually.
Yeah, like you have one. Smart ass.
Bear.
Thank you, electrochemistry.
We have machines. We're in logistics. How do you think a harbor works? It's advanced stuff.
Understood? You've listened in on their communications. How long?
Since way before their chief started taking swing lessons.
Things got nice and
That's a
quiet
euphemism for
after
dying.
that.
So which one of you is doing the advanced radio work?
It's not advanced. You just hold up in a coop all day, writing down what they say. It gets hot as hell in there.
That'd be you. Thanks.
Don't put yourself down, Angus. It's important work.
Yeah, man. You're like a radio genius or something. Those notes are some in-depth stuff. Indexes and shit.
And why should I care about this tape?
You don't care about evidence. The fuck are you a cop for?
Listen, I'm not just a cop. I'm a superstar, and superstars make their own evidence.
Pigs, T. They don't care about getting the truth. They care about getting convictions. They are fucking keeping a score on their bulletin boards.
Yeah.
I won't be on your bulletin board. If you don't listen to the tape, we got nothing to talk about.
There's a lot of questions. If you ask them now, they'll just keep bringing up the tape. Listen to it, and they'll have nothing to hide behind.
All right.
Don't forget your tape, lawman. Compliments of Titus Hardy.
Fine.
You do that. Oh, and keep it. Maybe you'll need a reminder of human ugliness someday.
Can we play the tape of the boombox? That is my immediate question. In fact, that might be the only way to play it. We'll find out. Interact. Tape Door Gunner Megamix. That's right, we got the racist mug in the ledger that I'm not planning on going through.
The porter reel is just what you needed. The reels attach to the apparatus with a satisfying click. The tape is routed behind the magnetic reader.
Give it a play.
You push Command Set, and the tape starts spinning. Violent static and machine sounds fill the air.
This isn't Revachol. This is a fucking village. I can almost see the elephants.
The harbor. That's the son of a Kvalson crane.
Impressive.
When this shit is done, I'm gonna tear that place up. Soldier of the Apocalypse style. Kill shit. Dogs and chickens too. Gonna run a room, Cordy. A real nice I don't give a shit. I'm fucking done. I'm done mentally. I'll fucking do them all in. Rape that disco cunt on the counter. You know, the dance a whore upstairs. Do it Kohoi style. Never did get that taste out of my mouth.
The lieutenant presses the button marked Arete on your porter reel. The tape stops spinning.
Well, I don't think that was particularly helpful. It's not a confession or concrete evidence, more of a drunken man's ramblings. It could be taken as a statement of intent, but it's definitely nothing concrete. What is this?
End of recording.
What do you think?
It seemed authentic enough. Probably recorded off the shortwave, then edited to seem more incriminating. He sounded like he was on patrol around the harbor walls.
He sounded drunk.
Still.
There's more going on here than we know.
Who's this Corty?
Corty could be short for Cortenar, one of the other mercenaries, the one he was talking to. Probably the mountain at the harbor gates. Mr. Right to Work.
And Kohoi?
A village on the Samaran Isola, in South Safre. Grad committed war crimes there, the kind of thing he talks about.
You think he was there?
Who knows? Maybe the tattoos would have an answer. We would need to know the story of this man's service.
A symbol of soldier of the apocalypse style conduct in a civil environment.
All right, what now?
I think we've got a few more questions for class here, don't you? This seems to contradict her testimony, at least to some degree.
Door Gunner Megamix. Talk to class about that too. All right, we'll give her a bit more time to cool off. Oh, hey, money. I'll just, yoink. Don't mind if I do. Gotta save up for rent tomorrow. All right, let's have a look here. What else do we want to do? Oh, we have to confront Kuno. Let's do that. Time to get sworn at by a small child. And I think Kuno will reject... normal dialogue. Oh yeah, this is the way here. What's up, Kuno?
Fuck does Kuno care?
Kuno, I found your shack.
You found Kuno's secret door to Kuno's secret shack. It was closed for 5,000 years. How the fuck did you get in?
Before we go on with that, let's talk about how you said it was just some roofing material. That was a lie.
Pig, that's the past. You and Kuno are now. Let's talk about how you opened the secret door fucking to Kuno's kingdom.
I've phase shifted.
Shit. Get the fuck out of here. You can't do that.
You can't do that, Kuno. He's trying to fuck at you again.
Pigs can't displace. Can't do that teleport shit. How did you like it in there, pig old boy? Kuno's got a lot of cool shit there, right?
Sure.
Good call, Pigmeister. Don't come and talk to Kuno about his kingdom.
Interesting. There seems to be more to say there. I wonder if we didn't find everything there. Talk to Manana about the armor.
So?
He said you're now the king of the entire Jamrock.
North Jamrock? Kuno meant everything north of 881. The rooster fucked Kuno's words up. Kuno doesn't do south. Doesn't fuck with the madre.
Kuno sent your fat ass running around like jello.
Quite a few calories lost, thanks.
Look, pig. Kuno sent you to rough some people up. Kuno played you. That happened. Now you and Kuno should move on.
I'll remember this, Kuno.
You got fucked. You got fucked, pig. Fucked bad. Of course you're gonna remember this. Now get the fuck out of here, griefing the Kuno. After this shit, you better have something real interesting to say if you want to stay in Kuno's face.
Yeah, real interesting.
Got any speed?
Fucking right, pig. Kuno's filling bathtubs with that shit. Kuno's a kingpin.
You're yanking my chain.
Don't be yanking your shit in front of the Kuno. Kuno's always serious, always rolling.
Always rolling, I bet.
The act. He's actually telling the truth. Or at least 0.00001% of it. He has a little speed. He's just not giving it to you. He's got to at least know a source. Look at him. You need to figure this out somehow. You need to befriend him first.
I gotta befriend this kid? Alright, who is Kuno?
Kuno's Kuno, pig?
It's always Kuno, never I. Clearly the kid's using the third-person perspective as a shield.
Refer to yourself in the third person to distance yourself from the situation?
Kuno doesn't do that smart shit. Don't throw that book shit at Kuno. Kuno trying to get Kuno hooked on the book.
Hooked on the book.
Kuno, he's trying to fiddle you. He's gonna put his hands on you. Help! Pig's got Kuno! Help! Rape!
Help! He's got the Kuno, help!
Just answer the questions.
Help! He's digging his dick out!
Escalate, Kuno! His dick is out! You're afraid!
Escalate.
Hey, Kuno! Somebody, please!
The wind carries the message far and wide.
How did we get here? How did this happen? This makes no sense. There may still be a way out. Just appeal to his reason.
Are you high?
Help! Misters, help!
Rolling super hard.
He's flashing Kuno! He's showing his genitals. If you don't help Kuno now, it'll be too late.
Don't punch him. What is this chic charade, kid?
No!
The nearly psychopathic way they could slip in and out of the act implies you're not the first victim.
Be logical, kid.
Fucking logical. Help! The logical pig is fiddling Kuno.
All right, I'm not going to punch the child.
Look.
For emphasis, a ghost is saying this. A shit-eating psychopathic ghost with an ace up his sleeve.
I know you wanted to hit me. You got that I'm gonna fuck that Kuno up look that Kuno's dad gets. The murder look. The rage look.
Relax. He can't read your mind. He doesn't know you were thinking that.
How do I get back to it? I want to get back to that thought. Can you read my mind, Kuno?
I can. Kuno can smell that violent shit. I know what you were thinking. I'm gonna fuck that Kuno up. I'm gonna shut his shit down. You know what? You should have hit the Kuno, because now you're nothing. You're a joke to Kuno. Kuno laughs at you. King Kuno!
Kuno turned you into his prison, bitch!
Oh no, he's not afraid of us now.
In this shit with Kuno.
No, you're not. We can just leave.
Yeah.
Bitch, you're gonna be in this shit with Kuno forever!
A peepo is a type of hat, by the way.
Nice peepo.
You don't talk to me about my fucking peeper! You don't know where I come from! You're just Kuno's bottom bitch!
Alright, well, I've had enough of that. We did get 10 XP though, so that was something. Good for us. How are we doing on skill points? Still none, actually. We spent them all. Fair enough. We haven't actually started internalizing any thoughts, have we? We still have a slot here, but nothing I really want to... internalize at the moment. Volumetric shit? Did I see that right? Volumetric shit. Volumetric shit compressor. Excuse me. Interesting. Alright, what else is in the logbook? Mostly talking to Klasia. Alright, well, it's been a little bit. Let's have another talk with her. Yeah, get your shit together. That's right. Turn it into an organized cube and then file it away neatly. For the current tax year. Klasia.
I was just thinking, what a nice day for questions pertaining to a murder investigation.
Titus Harvey gave us a recording where the deceased states his intention to rape.
She puts her coffee cup down.
Did he? I never said he was a good man, or that he had good intentions. Only that he was never bad to me.
She doesn't care. If anything, she sounds amused.
On this tape, he specifically identifies you as a target.
Where did they get this recording exactly?
It's intercepted radio chatter of the deceased, recorded via a de-encryption station. It's authentic enough.
Does he say he's gonna do it Soldier of the Apocalypse style?
Yes.
Yeah. That was practically his pickup line.
A memory surfaces in her tired neocortex. It's not entirely unpleasant.
Did he say whores a lot? Was he pretty much on the verge of doing it Kohoi style?
Kohoi style was mentioned.
He wasn't actually there. He didn't do a tour, or at least didn't tell me he did. Would have been overkill anyway. He lived his own little Kohoi. It wasn't his everything.
Why say things like that? Machismo?
Yes, was he bragging?
Oh no, I'm pretty sure he did all those things. Then integrated them into his idea of normalcy. To keep on living. Until they just sort of turn into his,
She's quite observant about the human character, trained to observe, even.
Did you learn this from studying Lit? Sounds psychological.
People who go to university know how to use words like internalize and integrate, officer. Now, what was that expression?
There's more to this. She has an index in her head of pathologies and how to exploit them. I can almost see her turn the pages.
Coping mechanism sounds most accurate to me.
Running joke.
Running joke.
I was going to say running joke. And it sounds like you didn't even get the good bits. Lely's punchlines got way, way funkier than that. It was like the Seminoles conflict, the Khohoi massacre, and the 36 famine in Yezud all rolled into one person, then cast in Orani's ceramic armor, which he wore in bed and in the shower.
And you enjoyed that?
We're all scraping up any happiness we can find, officer. Going around with our little scouring sticks. You, your first love, Mr. Khohoi here.
Did he tell you he had actually done any of those things? He and Martinez, I mean?
No. We were too busy laying waste to our own nervous systems to direct any of the fury outward. He seemed happy, I guess. At ease. As much as a man like him could be.
What kind of man was he? Before you go, ask for details. She seems okay to talk about it.
Thank you for clearing that up, miss. Whenever you're ready. I'm interested to hear what Titus Hardy has to say now.
She takes a very small sip of her coffee and smiles.
Now that you've had more time, can you tell us more about the victim?
Like, for example, his name?
Actually, officer, I didn't know his name. I just called him Lely.
A nickname?
I guess. He came from Lelystad. It's short for that. And it was his army name, apparently. He said his real name wasn't his. I tried to pry it out of him, but it was no use.
Lelystad. That's a good start. We have a few questions you can help us with. A few things a field autopsy alone can't answer.
The young woman cranes her neck, trying to catch a glimpse of the page the lieutenant passed to you. On it is a list of autopsy observations, recorded neatly in blue ink. The last missing pieces of a puzzle of flesh.
Perhaps, miss, it was communism that killed him. Where is Lelystad?
In Oranje, officer. It's, I think municipality is the term. A nowhere town there.
The Lelystad municipality has few boroughs and even fewer cities. It's made of agricultural plots near the border of Gottwald. Executive summary: cows, silos, and wheat.
You were almost right, officer. That means his race was occidental, not mondial. I'll update the form.
You were both from Oranje?
Yes. We were compatriots.
Calm expatriates, sounds like.
Did that bring you together?
No. He was too old for that. And from another part of Oranjenrek. I didn't even understand his accent. What brought us together wasn't Oranje. It was bad habits.
Sex, alcohol, speed, probably also sildenafil.
Viagra?
No love for Mother Oranje. But wasn't he a soldier? This could be worth pursuing.
I'm definitely liking the electrochem points you put in so far. A military man, but not a patriot.
No. He left the National Service after they taught him to do what he did on Seminine. He wasn't the flag-waving kind. He was the making money, killing people kind. He was by no means a stupid man. A people person. A small platoon leader. Certainly not a patriot.
You don't seem like a patriot yourself.
Mm-hmm. There is nothing on Muindi. The old, old world is dead, and we both knew it. Maybe Oranje did bring us together. In loathing. I love Revachol, though. I hope she loves me, too.
And how old was he?
He was 42.
42? Are you sure? I would have had him above 50.
He had many scars that made him appear older. But no, we even celebrated his birthday like some weeks ago. It was a funny 2 days. He had little reason to lie to me.
Looks like you were right, officer.
Lieutenant taps on his notebook once as though he's sending some kind of point.
Points are good. Have one, you old dog, before we all die.
Thanks for the point. I'll take the point, but I won't mention it.
The young woman looks at you, then the lieutenant, then you.
His eye color?
Blue. Light blue. They were like little blue galaxies, you know? It was strange, seeing those eyes in his fucked up face. Pardon the swearing. I do him an injustice. He wasn't ugly. And he had a beautiful, soft voice. Very surprising, what with all the scarring. It was quite something, watching him speak.
He had a combat wound on his chin and mouth?
Yes. Severe. It made him look like half his face was cracking away in some strange smile. That and those eyes.
Ah, yes. His hair, if you can remember?
It was light brown, almost blonde. He darkened it with brilliantine, made it oily. Not nice to stroke. I couldn't convince him to leave it alone.
What'd that tattoo mean?
Oh, that.
It was an Oranese map of the waterways.
Sure, waterways. It was mostly for showing off to chicks, though.
I bet. How so?
How? Imagine him lying in bed. Freakish musculature laid out on the sheets. Scarred, of course. Tattooed. The sheets are dirty for some reason.
For some reason.
Is this Oranese lit?
Don't interrupt.
He's smoking and drinking, of course. And his chest and shoulders and arms are studded with stars. Tens, hundreds of them. Maybe even thousands. And the woman goes like, "What was this, baby?" And he says, "That was too hardcore. Don't ask me about that." So she goes, "Okay, but what's this, baby?" And he's like, "Saw some bat shit there. Killed some loincloths." And so it goes. Star after star, port after port, third world country after third world country. And he's done horrible things in every single one of them.
And you're the woman in this?
Oh, yeah.
Can you tell us precisely what these mean?
No, thank you. I've seen enough of him dead. I can tell you what they meant without looking at them.
Go on.
He was a blue-eyed boy with thick arms, from a small town. He was also poor, and the government of Orania needed some people killed, so they turned him into a grotesque killer. For money. He went to Killer Academy in Vredefort. Then he killed some people on the Semenine Islands. And on other islands, too. All of the islands. After this, he came to Revachol and got killed himself.
Thank you for clearing that up.
Change of topic, perhaps?
Could it be love that did him in?
It very well could be, yes.
How so?
What do I mean? I have no idea. I don't even know what you mean. Love did him in? What does that mean?
That's what he told me.
That's not funny, officer.
What about communism?
A moment ago it was love. And no, I don't think the Union is communist. They're a couple of shades pinker than that. They're not hardcore in that way, is what I'm trying to say. What are we talking about anyway? This politics shit is a lot in the morning. Is it even morning?
Not anymore.
I think she's just tired. She doesn't know what you meant by that. And can you blame her?
I think we're finished with this line of questioning.
All right.
Coolly, gracefully, she pours herself more coffee.
Talk to Titus. Talk to her on Sunday. Okay, so we've got all the major stuff here. We do have another skill point to work with now.
Wait, Stop. That man, bloated beyond all recognition, was 42?
That's what she said.
Below the damage, the weeks of decomposition, all the swollen indignity of mortality. He was 42 years old?
Where is this going?
How old are you? That's
Right.
where this is going. 45,000 liters of raw alcohol has left its disfigurements. What lies beneath, you wonder? You could ask either one of them.
I got this. My age. I think I'm...
Yes?
I'm a wizened sage who's seen it all across 300 years. I'm in my early 30s. A rough 30, but I lived it up. Oh my god, I have no idea. I'm in my 30s.
You're a rough rider, but not in your early 30s. Do you want to know the truth?
Bring it on. I'm not afraid of the truth. I have morale heals.
To the laboratorium.
Date of birth generator. We can now process... Your face looks like it's 58 and your body feels like it's 60. Your mind feels like it's lived for 1 day or 100, both longer than they ought to be, the day and the century. But for how long, then, has this thing attached to your sentience walked the planet's crust? Time to start racking those brains of yours, Elder One. When and where were we born? Wait, there's another door up here. Hold on.
The same small, heavy door. No lock in sight.
Push.
It's barred from the inside. You hear the bar rattle in the brackets.
Where's this go?
I don't know. It is not the first closed door we found in this building. There is also your mysterious blue kitchen door.
Do you think it's important?
I don't know. The further we get, the more this building seems to be tied to the case. The vigilantes, the cadaver, and a number of people connected to the case are in or around this building. This door is part of it. It's not unimportant.
So maybe the door below is a mega investigation.
No, still a mini investigation.
We can try to kick the door in. Ow.
You kick it, gung-ho style. Entering the premises style. But the door fails to respect the force. All you hear is the bar rattling inside, laughing at you.
All right, let's trash the place.
Let's not.
Fair enough. So that'll cost us health for each attempt. Makes sense. Hello and welcome to Beta 1988. Found you on YouTube and watch all my Spire videos. You have insomnia and my voice has been helping you fall asleep. Glad to hear it, Beta. It's not a weird to me at all. I myself personally used Twitch to help myself fall asleep for quite a few years. And I always found that the soothing voice and calming soundtrack of a particular game to really help me bridge the gap between conscious and unconscious. So I take it as a mark of praise when others say they use the stream to fall asleep to. Also, people who fall asleep to the stream tune in and then don't tune out. So you're boosting my viewer numbers. Thank you. No, truly appreciate it. Whether you're watching VODs or live, falling asleep to the stream is a good thing. Alrighty. So what I'm going to do is save here. And as we're a little over 2 hours of the broadcast, I think it's time for a break. We get a shout out to Lurkers, the lifeblood of Twitch. Heck yeah, much love. If you can hear this message, whether it's live or long ago recorded, appreciate you doing what you're doing to interact with the content. Or, well, not even interact necessarily. Participate, absorb, enjoy the content. I don't need you to say anything, do anything other than what you're already doing, which is being here. So, thank you. Hey, glad to hear it, Smog. Hope you've been enjoying. Hope you enjoyed your time with Disco Elysium. I certainly am enjoying my time with it. But in order for me to continue and to enjoy my time with it, I do need a short break here. Gonna refill the water, refresh myself, grab a quick snack. Upon my return, we continue our adventures in Disco Elysium. Looks like we'll be talking to Titus next, is our goal. So that'll be here in the lobby. But short break first. Be right back, everybody. Don't go nowhere. All right, Twitch chat, thank you so much for your patience. We are back. And it's time to confront Titus about his nonsensical tape evidence. Let us remove this last shred of defense that you supposedly have.
It's you again. What is it?
It is a new channel cutie, Grim Durin. Welcome to the eternal list of channel cuties. Spending so much time into the channel as to accumulate the required 500,000 in channel points. Let's see a huge wave of waffles in chat for that new cutie. Everybody, please show some love and support to our new cutie. Chat it right now, Grimdurin. Submit. All right, you're there. Now and forever. Flintlock. If I were to make a dad joke based on Titus's name here, would that be enough to get a hearty har out of the audience? So I talked to Clausia about the tape.
And
she stands by what she said.
That fucking fucker. You're the worst cops in Revachol. I gave you gold on that tape.
You gave us... Yeah, you gave us an excuse, but we're not looking for an excuse. We're looking for the truth.
That fucker wasn't aimed at you. It was at her.
Dark stuff, but it didn't prove anything and didn't change your mind.
Dark? Dark is when you start a goddamn death rock band. He said he'd rape her. What did she have to say then? Fine by her? This is what people are supposed to be like? Fucking whoop-de-doo.
Hardly. Kilo Tone, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Paying in advance for the discount, too. Why, thank you. I think it made her a little nostalgic.
Yes. In fact, I think she thought it was a little funny.
Coming from YouTube, well, happy to have you, Kilotone. Thank you.
Funny. No good goddamn psycho whore.
She is a little bit tilted.
Seems like they wanted to give Clausia a second chance to play along. She still didn't.
Alright. All fucking righty then. I guess it's good then. That fucking...
Please try to control yourself in the presence of visitors, Titus.
Keep the stream up in your lab on Disney streaming team. Well, heck. That's something I've never heard said about my channel before. Thank you. We're going to Disney, as Teak would say.
This is just perfect.
Do apologize.
Perfect. Any thoughts on this, lawmen?
Wouldn't exactly call this our usual family-friendly content, funnily enough, but yeah, not Disney appropriate. But that's not a bad thing. It's a great game, Disco Elysium.
You don't have to say everything out loud. Just mix and match.
Exactly. I think you had a lie planned, but she didn't play along.
I ask for your opinion, not a bedtime story. Tell it to your grandma.
This tape was the last chance for her to do what was planned.
But she didn't. She knows she can't lie to us, unlike you.
Fantastic. So now you remember how to do your job. I'm so sick of this piss. We should get something harder in here.
I agree.
Yeah, guys. We should get a party going tonight.
Why?
Maybe not then.
Success. They admitted to unlawful collaboration to derail the investigation.
Maybe she isn't who you thought she was.
Nah, I know her. She's just a girl. In over her head.
She's a hardcore party girl with a bigger death wish than mine. And I put a gun in my mouth in front of you earlier this morning.
Yeah, you're right about that. She takes way too many drugs.
Well, it's as they say. You can't do anything with an underdose.
You can't do anything with an underdose.
With an overdose, you can at least try to come off it. Take a bath, do breathing exercises, get medical attention as necessary. With an underdose, you're just you.
And that's the worst thing to be of all.
Yeah, underdose isn't an actual word.
Shut up, Roderick.
Yeah, but I mean, she has an actual drug problem. Not like you. Not like us. I don't think I've ever seen her sober.
Maybe she's still in denial.
Yeah, maybe. That is a possibility.
Be straight with me, Titus. What really happened?
I already told you. We fucking hanged him.
There's less gusto in his voice now. His men, too, are growing increasingly silent.
Come on, Titus. The stakes are too high here. There will be blood on the streets. The tribunal, remember. I know you're tired. Why don't you just...
You know what? I am tired. I'm tired of you, them, and the whore upstairs.
And I'm tired of you looking at your redneck scowls, so...
Next time you see her, tell her Titus said,
Fuck on!
That lying, scamming. We're done. This is over. You understand? Your little investigation is over.
Really well done voice lines there.
Yeah.
What is this quiet funeral shit? All we need is some beers in us. Bartender, 20 beers for the Dock Workers Union.
Why do we make it 40, huh? Why do we make it 100 beers? You're not loud enough.
100 beers? Now we're talking. Hoppity hop over here, cafeteria manager.
The window might be closing. The more beers they get in them, the less cooperative they will be.
Godly rhetoric check. You may retry this. Get a penalty for pushing Titus on the tape, but a whole bunch of other bonuses here. I like that the game does occasionally punish you for exhausting every single dialogue option. In contrary to usual games of this style, there are some things you really ought not to say or do. So, it sounds like this check will get harder as they get more beers in them. Currently, we have pretty good odds. And since we can reattempt it immediately with a skill point, I think that's what we'll probably try to do.
Convince Titus
First try.
He's being manipulated. You should know by now. Titus Hardy will never falter.
But one of his boys will.
Just remember, it's about more than Glasia. It's about these men and Martinez. Their district. Their responsibility.
That's it then. Case closed. We're going home, Kim.
Huh? He'll get it. Go on.
Write it down, Kim. In Martinez, they'll kill you just because they don't like you.
Got it. Kill you because they don't like you. All because...
Because you work for the wrong people.
Goddamn right. This is Union Town. You work for the company, we will kill you.
You said the quiet part out loud.
Fuck, Dennis. We don't kill you if you work for the company. Half the harbor works for the company.
Work for the wrong company, and they execute you.
They club you from behind, string you up, and go back to drinking.
It wasn't that. It wasn't... We didn't hit him, okay?
That's it. That's the weak one. You flushed him out. Now go in for the...
Officer, you will be next if you don't shut up.
We're on dangerous ground here, then.
He's onto you. He knows what you're trying to do.
Or what? You're gonna kill me like you killed him for no reason?
We didn't kill him. We didn't even hang him. He was dead.
Aha!
Shut up, Angus!
He was dead before you hanged him.
Fatty! Say one more thing to the cops and I'll...
Dennis, stand down, or I'll beat your head in. Theo, take your hand off the belt. This isn't 31. I've got this under control. Angie, where's your goddamn inhaler? You sound like you're dying.
I left it home. I can't get it. I'm too fucked. I'm sorry.
I don't have a cardiac event, dude.
Why are you so fucking fat, Angus? Now it's all pointless. Because of you. You wasted my time. I told you, Titus. I told you just give her up.
She killed him.
Lizzie, your help is no longer needed here. Go tell Everard.
Fine. I'll tell him. After a long walk along the coast.
You're in. He's all yours. Question.
We should catch her and talk to her, too, alone. So you didn't kill him?
He nods.
You hanged the corpse to cover up the real cause of death. What was it?
We're not sure. Probably a bullet. The wound was difficult to see.
The coroner and his assistant are wrapped in blue. Hands covered in blue gloves. Mouths covered by blue masks. Bodies by blue aprons. The coroner wipes his brow, scalpel still in his hand. Get the light. Shine it in his mouth, he tells his assistant. The coroner squats to better see the light illumines the darkness inside. Well, shit. Can't blame them for missing that. Get the saw, Alan. This just got fun.
Yeah, the post-mortem guys. So there was something to find in the corpse's mouth. We didn't do a thorough investigation because why would you stick your hand down his throat? But yes, there's something there.
Because the girls asked us to. They were in some shit.
Girls plural? There's another girl? 2 of them? Take note of this. They'll probably say more about her later.
Did she kill him?
Cop, I have no idea. The girl says she didn't.
What happened on Sunday night?
Classier came down. She seemed really out of it. Drugged up, even more than usual. Bug-eyed and gurning, you know? Not in a fun way. It looked like she'd redosed after something went down. I've seen that look before. She was scared. I knew someone had died.
How'd you know? Well, you've seen that look before, right?
I've done this job for 10 years. I've seen it before. It's the politician in the motel room with the dead hooker scenario. Only in reverse.
Yeah, a hooker and a dead politician.
Good analogy, boss.
You don't get to talk yet, Shanky. You're still on the bench. And you keep taking it easy too, Angus.
What happened then?
We went upstairs. Sure as day the merc was dead. There was a bullet hole through the window. Fucking dirty sheets and bottles everywhere.
Could be a suicide.
He means they'd been fucking?
Or she could have killed him.
Tibbs patched the window. And the corpse. We hanged.
Tibbs. So who killed the merc?
Not yet. Just some ideas. She says the shot came from outside, behind the window somewhere. So that's a clue.
Okay, so someone sniped him. That's also a possibility. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking someone's past caught up with them. Either hers or his.
Hers, you mean?
She's got one of those checkered pasts. The shot could have missed. Could have been meant for her.
I like that. Been thinking the same thing myself.
And you had ideas about his past too?
I do. One of those mercenary buddies of his could have done it. They got guns, training, years of bad blood, probably. Or it could have been someone else from Crenell. Tell you what I'd do. Check out the coast for vantage points. Maybe consult with a ballistics buddy of mine. That's what I'd do. If I wasn't too busy doing this clown dance with you.
We have excellent visual calculus, so I think we're going to have good success with this strategy.
These theories, not bad. Don't buy either one, but still, this guy's not as dumb as he looks.
So, whose idea was it to hang him?
In a manner of speaking.
Remember the two girls? He may be talking about the other one.
Earlier you said the girls asked for your help. Was this the other girl?
That's right. It was her idea to hang him. I liked it for political reasons. It sent a good message.
It did. But you've brought the hammer down on yourselves in a real way over something that seems to have been a misunderstanding now. The drug trafficker, the missing 8th Hardy.
Fella, you think too much. He's off all right. You're gonna hurt your head.
That's true.
That woman is just affiliated with the Hardy boys. You don't know her, anyway.
You know, it's okay for there to be a Hardy girl, Titus. You're gonna stonewall me if I ask more about her, aren't you?
Glad you understand that.
If Classia didn't kill him, why the cover-up?
You may have noticed our girl's in some shit of her own.
I didn't notice anything. What kind of shit are we talking about?
The can't show up on police radar kind. There are people after her from the old world. Where she came from.
Who are they?
They're powerful, connected to the moral intern. She's clearly afraid for her life. Says if she showed up in your systems, she'd be ghosted away.
That's all he knows. That's all she's told him.
And why would you help someone like that? By taking on a murder?
Why would I? I guess we abide all sorts of runaways and losers here. It's a Martinez thing.
And who's Tibbs?
Nah, he's my brother. He's in the window replacement business.
Tibbs. That's short for...
Tiberius?
Yeah. Good man.
Bet their father's named Atticus Hardy. Lucretia Hardy would be their sister. Anyway.
Sorry I made you guys fight.
Me too.
Kim, we did it.
The lieutenant gives a smile only you can see.
Thank you for this, Titus. I'll go talk to her for the last time.
You do that. Hey, cop. Before you go, Classia, came to Martinez to hide. Many of us did. This is where you wash up when there's nowhere left to go. The Union takes you in. Now, she refused that protection. But...
But you would still prefer if we didn't take her away?
That's right. If we didn't take care of the people who end up here, this place would just be a couple of ruins and some cargo containers.
We'll take that into account.
Currently don't have any reason to believe she should be in custody, unless it's for her own protection, maybe. Alright, let's confront her, since I don't have any other good leads anyway.
It's always good to see you.
Something in her demeanor has changed. She's tired, consigned to her fate, to being here with you and what's to come.
The Hardy Boys told us what really happened.
I understand.
You were expecting this.
I knew there was a chance you'd get them to tell you. It's what you do. You're the police. For what it's worth, I'm sorry for wasting your time.
This is good. Clear the air first, between you two. Then move on to questions. Is it? Something is off here. Shush, I can't hear what she's saying.
If you knew we would find out eventually, why did you waste our time?
Because of the Hardys. I couldn't just dispense with them. They were only trying to help me. Out of the shit I'd gotten into.
Cool. I'm satisfied with this explanation. I don't think that's good enough.
You're right. There's more. You answer to the coalition government, and by extension, the moral intern.
Briefly glancing over her shoulder to the sea, as she's done time and time again. A grand expanse of water reaches over the bay and to the horizon, golden grey in the noonlight.
And beyond?
The Pale, the Muindi Isola, the Occident, and then Oranje, the old, old world.
You're afraid of the moral intern?
You share a database with them. You send people to their courts.
What did you do?
Just business.
What are you running from?
But bad business for some people in the moral intern. If I show up in your records, officer, they will find me. They will...
What happens if they do?
They will kill me, sir. If you file my name, take me in for questioning, enter me into the moral intern mill, well, then I'm fucked. For nothing. This murder didn't have anything to do with me.
So that's why you disguised your voice when calling.
Fucked? People after her? Moral intern people? This isn't Orani's lit. Actually, this murder did have a little to do with her.
What did you do to have these people after you?
It's not nice, but it's not illegal. Not here in Revachol, or even in Oranje.
What exactly did you do?
Industrial espionage. I joined a business collective with the intention of betraying them. I did my job well enough to be asked to do it again. With a bigger company. The kind you really, really don't fuck with. I took their ledgers, 2 decades worth of accounting.
I need the names of the companies involved and who hired you.
The job was Lewes-Duin County Savings Bank. They sound small, but they're part of the Lewes-Scott conglomerate. That was the second job. The first was some printer company. You wouldn't know them. As to who hired me for the job, I don't know. But they're after me too, along with Lewes-Scott and their friends in the MI. Once you're done in the competitive intelligence circuit, you don't have allies.
Yeah.
You're radioactive.
Lowe's Cap. These people engineer financial disasters in second world countries. The conglomerate also includes the Bank of Consecration, Airberg, and the popular Papalolo line of dairy products.
That's a lot of shit you've gotten yourself into.
It is. Many people lost their jobs. Not just C-suite. Ordinary people. What I did to get to accounting, a lot of people got hurt. But that's just more of my shit you shouldn't have to deal with. You're solving a murder.
You said you studied Oranese Lit. What's with the fugitive stuff?
I did. I also had a side job selling insurance that I was really good at. Got picked up by a bank. Competitive intelligence, they called it. After that, I sort of, transitioned out of the whole culture scene.
So why call the cops?
Because I'm an idiot.
Which is an indicator of truth. Idiot. She's nothing of the sort.
So you would have us believe.
You have to understand, the people around here, no one was making the call, and he kept rotting. And then they picked his clothes off, and that little fucker threw stones at him. He kept throwing stones at him for 3 days. I could hear the thud. Thud. So I called you.
And Kuno, man.
I hope with all my heart it's not the last thing I do in Ravishol.
She definitely called the cops. That was task complete. It could not have been a lie. That is impossible.
Listen, Drama, don't break the fourth wall too much. What happened the night he died?
We were there. Together. In bed, I mean.
Tell me exactly what happened.
Okay. He was in a kneeling position. He had just entered me. I was on my back, looking at him. I heard the window behind me shatter, and I turned to look. There was a hole in the glass. I turned back to him. His eyes were looking through me, and his mouth was open. Dumb. I could see. I could.
Her chest rises and falls with each word. She keeps herself together and says it.
Le Grand Mort.
I knew he was dead. Before he fell down on top of me.
Then what happened?
He was heavy. I pushed him off and he fell to the floor. There. He only had his boots on. I bit the pillow, not to scream, then ran downstairs.
That explains why he was only wearing the boots. Hungry Man, interesting time to join the stream, no kidding. Content warning for this game is a heads up. In case that wasn't very abundantly clear. Very cool game though, Disco Elysium.
I waited for the second shot to come. For me. I thought there would be one. It never came.
That's a motherfucker.
Yeah, it was a real motherfucker. Ow.
She throws it away and immediately proceeds to light another one.
What time was this? When did it happen? It would help us if you could be as precise as possible.
11:30 to 12:15. I don't know the exact time. Around midnight.
It's okay. Were you inebriated?
Almost assuredly.
Not as much as usual. He'd done a line, plus other things. I was drinking.
Hey, you didn't tell me you had coke.
Wait. Titus said she was gurning her jaw off, much more than usual.
Titus said you looked pretty high.
Oh, yeah. I did one of his lines, just to clear my head.
Good thinking. Clear your head. You should clear your head. Get into his mindset.
Did you hear or see the shooter in the course of this?
No.
What did you do then?
Nothing. I was trapped. I was stuck in my room downstairs. I got some clothes on and crawled back up, drew the blinds. Blood was coming from his mouth. Not a lot. Just a little. He was still on the floor, slouched. I couldn't be there with him anymore. So I ran down and out of my room, into the hallway, down the stairs. I knew there would be people there.
I'm gonna ask her if she killed him. What? Did you hear a gunshot?
When he was shot? I may have. I don't know. I couldn't hear anything over the glass exploding.
Fair enough. A lot happened at once. Could the people after you have killed him?
That's the first thing that went through my head when I heard the glass break.
And?
I thought they'd found me. They've killed him to punish me. All last week, I've tried not to talk to anyone or be seen with anyone so they wouldn't be hurt. I've come to understand, however, this is paranoia. What happened didn't have anything to do with me.
But maybe it did?
I just don't know.
We can't go after Loose Cap. Not yet. There are other, saner leads.
I don't ask you to, Lieutenant. If there's one thing I know, it's that you'll get nothing from there.
What happened after you ran downstairs?
Sylvie was tending the bar. A lot of people were there. The Hardys were at the table in front of the stage. I think the Union box was full. Ruby was there too. They were having such a good time. I sat down and they all welcomed me. I didn't even have to say anything. Ruby knew something was wrong.
Ruby?
Ruby.
Ruby. You know, the leader.
Thank you.
The leader? Of what?
The Hardy Boys.
I thought Hardy was the leader of the Hardy Boys.
Well, nominally, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Ruby's the one they go to when things happen, like things they need taken care of. She's the organizer.
Would you say she is the 8th Hardy Boy?
Why not?
Why not? Okay, let's go on then.
Well, Ruby said let's talk upstairs. I showed her the room. I've known these people since December. They know my situation. But I can't leave a paper trail. Ruby was the first one I told. She said she'd take care of this. It's what she does, you know, take care of things. I helped her get the body to the bathroom. We used a belt to pull him up under the shower, to keep him upright.
To produce lividity, matching a hanging?
Yes.
This is concurrent with your doubts at the autopsy about the coloring being
faint. I knew it.
About half an hour had passed since the moment of death.
There was something wrong there.
She nods.
You were late. The marks would be faint by that time.
Nothing is as it seems at first glance. Then what'd you do?
Ruby went outside to talk to Titus and the boys. I was just looking at Lely in the bathroom. I had to put his clothes back on. His armor, too. It was tough, but I've seen him take it off and put it on many times. It took Ruby maybe half an hour to come back with Titus. I'd gotten him ready by then. They carried him out. I knew what they were going to do. Make it look like a hanging. Ruby said they would.
What'd you do while that was happening?
Ruby said to wait here. She also said I wouldn't see her for a while. That we should lay low or something. So I did.
Do you know where Ruby went?
I don't know. I haven't seen her since.
We will need to take this question to the Hardy Boys.
Interesting. Why did this Ruby go through so much trouble to hide something someone else did? Look into this later.
When was the window changed?
Last week. Angus and Titus's brother, I think he's called Tibbs, took care of it.
You should have a look at that window. Reconstruct the scene. It's right here. So near.
Yeah. In the bedroom?
Yes. You see the glass sparkling out of the corner of your eye.
Visual calculus wants to go wild. Let's let it do that. We're done here for now.
She nods, silently. She doesn't even smoke. Just picks up the cold coffee and holds it in her hands. He's thinking, are we done here?
The love that did him in. God's name, wake up. Are we done here? Not yet.
As you look back, you think, so love did do him in, after all.
I was right.
If it weren't for her, he would not have been there. The shot would not have connected with his soft palate.
It killed him. What is communism in this?
Or was it communism that killed him and love that did him in?
Looks like love did him in after all.
She's silent, holding on to her coffee mug. No vapor rises from it. It's cold. Remember this silence. The lady is dangerous. People suffer around her.
Let her answer.
Yeah. I'd like to think he didn't love me. Or that it was chemically induced and not real.
Why?
Easier that way.
Was it?
I don't know.
What is communism in this?
You do not know. A wind of needles. Airships flutter in the stratosphere.
How do I know all this then?
Who knows? It's getting cold out. You should go.
Fair enough.
What's this? We're getting reports of normal, reasonable, temperate, political opinions somewhere in Martinez.
This is because I keep saying none of the above to political stuff, isn't it?
It's also about that, but it's also more. Perhaps it's the hangover. Perhaps it's a temporary surge of serotonin, but something tells you it's time to become a citizen of the Kingdom of Conscience.
Kingdom of Conscience. Where is it?
It is not a place. It is a moment in time that can only arise in the right circumstances. In all of human history, it's only been achieved a handful of times.
How do you bring about those circumstances?
Incrementally.
Oh, slowly but surely.
Yawn. You'd get there faster with a little speed. Speaking of, when are you going to get on that, bub?
When Kim stops watching me like a hawk?
History's greatest catastrophes have been brought about by people trying to make the world a better place. Too quickly. That's the genius of Dolores Day. She recognized that progress is meaningless if its gains are lost because of instability. Real, lasting change can only come about gradually, increment by increment.
But what about all the things that are wrong now?
Tisk tisk. Just because you live in the present doesn't mean you have the right to place your needs above the needs of the future. You may never live to see the Kingdom of Conscience. Your children may not. Even your grandchildren might not. But that's no excuse not to keep working. What rationality? What a fucking joke.
Wait, is the Kingdom of Conscience really about doing things or just not doing things?
Do you believe the status quo is preferable to chaos and bloodshed?
Yes.
There you have it. Sometimes holding the line is progress.
But what's it actually like?
The kingdom is difficult to comprehend, and even more difficult to describe, partly because humanity will need to discard many of the categories that define and limit it today. The Kingdom of Conscience is post-capitalist, post-national. It's also post-industrial, post-ideological, and even post-sexual.
I'm in.
Slow down, Mr. Reasonable. Did you miss the part about compromising and taking things slow?
Oh, right. Well, then let's get there eventually.
That's right. Remember, real democracy is just around the corner for Revachol. When that real democracy kicks in, a long time from now, we are all going to be so much happier.
Exactly. Gotta give him the slow burn. Kingdom of Conscience. Heartache is powerful, but democracy is subtle. Incrementally, you begin to notice a change in the weather. When it snows, the flakes are softer when they stick to your worry-worn forehead. When it rains, the rain is warmer. Democracy is coming to the administrative region. The ideals of DeLorean humanism are reinstating themselves. How can they not? These are the ideals of the Coalition and the Moralist International. Those guys are signal blue, and they're not only good, they're also powerful. What will it be like once their nuanced plans have been realized? Sure, I will internalize this thought. Greetings.
This window is pristine on the inside.
Glass window.
Unlike the one next to it. Light from the desk lamp reflects off the glass.
Look at that check.
An untarnished
97.
golden halo.
Let's have a look at that beauty.
Smooth as ice. There are spots of mud and rain on the outside. Even smudges. But the surface of the window is clear from the inside. No chips, no hairline fractures. Following your lead, the lieutenant leans in closer to inspect the surface.
This window was recently replaced. Yeah, we know that. All right, what happened here?
The golden light melts away into the blue glass.
We rolled a 3, by the way.
In it are 2 neon-lit shapes, a man and a woman on the single bed. A 2-hearted spider. Like the witness said, the man is kneeling, the woman is on her back. It's the night of March 4th and a shot has just been fired. The man looks directly at the woman. The shot's possible directions converge in his mouth, a ray cast from somewhere outside, entering his brain.
So that's probably what's in his mouth, a bullet then.
From the roof outside, location A prime. The glass fractures around the bullet hole. Shards face inwards like a corona behind the woman's back.
Look at the roof.
The ray cast from the man's mouth unravels into a fan of possible directions, all on the roof at first. The shot could have come from any of them. This is composite location A prime, most likely of the origin points.
Shouldn't there be gun residue outside?
There could have been. Then the rain and slush and wind washed it away. This was more than a week ago.
So I'm what, 80% sure?
72%. With a weapon that's good for medium range, like a rifle or sports pistol. This is a good short distance, but not too short. The perpetrator aimed with their back against the railing, or possibly kneeling for precision. This would explain why it only took them 1 shot.
I'm sure we'd know more if we had the bullet.
The lights were on in here. Outside it was dark. It was like shooting fish in an aquarium, a well-lit aquarium. The victim opened his mouth to let the bullet in. Neither of them would have seen anything outside in the darkness, too busy with their own bodies.
Could the shot have come from inside the room?
Point X would contradict the woman's testimony, rendering the entire proposition void. These figures would be wiped out, Detective.
Any arguments against the roof?
None that you've found thus far, but that doesn't mean there aren't any.
Could there have been another point of origin further away?
That's a 28%, yes. In this model, the shot could have come from a greater distance. Nothing excludes the possibility. Should we extrapolate to include every possible point of origin in Martinez?
Yes.
You would need a map for that. A map of Martinez.
There's one in the bookstore, right?
You're thinking, what if the shot didn't come from the roof?
Yes.
There was a map in the bookstore. We should come back with it. Compare the landscape to the radius of the shot.
Okay. And look at these ghosts.
The man does not know the bullet has entered his brain. He never will. Death comes faster than the realization.
All right, but here's the thing. I only have a $1.46 currently. I think the map is more than $1.46. I had to guess. Thankfully, it doesn't cost time to run across town. The only things that advance the clock are new dialogue options. Yeah, we could go bottle hunting. It's an option. Guess we'll equip the bag in hand. Can also boost my visual calculus further if I need to. Have I found my gun? Nope. Sure haven't. Erotica without actual erotica. It's just flop. Wait, no, this is the store. Yeah, still using Kim's for dramatic effect. I don't think he'll let us borrow it again, though. Not after last time. home of fascist magic. Most fascinating thing about fascists was the magic.
This is not strictly about crime, romance, and biographies of famous people.
I want the map. That looks like a map.
Several maps have been attached. The maps look old and...
Map of Martinez. This could work, maybe.
Always good to be informed of your surroundings.
I like that we can just steal the 90-cent map. How's it going, Tactical Fried Rice? Joining us for some Disco Elysium. A dialogue-heavy adventure about a washed-up cop in a dystopian world. Owning the map allows for fast travel. Well, heck. Map. Oh my. It shows me checks too. Volition. It's a check with Kim. Interesting. Bird's Nest Roy. Oh, that's right. We gotta talk to him. With some more money, presumably. One thing.
The same small, heavy door.
Still try to kick it
no
in.
Lock.
Fair enough. Could get drunk and try to kick it in. That doesn't seem helpful. But the clunkiest fast travel system in recent history, they say. Fair enough.
The same two neon-lit shapes.
I have the map.
A man and a woman. According to your map of the district, this shot could have come from a wide angle of locations, starting with the northern edge of the abandoned boardwalk, ending with an islet in the bay. Let's call them B prime.
More precisely?
B prime for boardwalk, B double prime for Land's End, and B triple prime for the islet detective. There may be smaller points in between, but those are too fine to zoom in on.
The pattern in this game so far is that the immediate, simple explanation is a red herring. So I'm rather curious in these other explanations that Visual Calculus is offering to us. The boardwalk.
700 meters away. The likeliest of these B positions, 20% chance. A skilled sniper could have made the shot, provided he had a safe sniper's nest. Even with the light on inside, we're talking military training. At that distance, the perpetrator would have had to take wind direction into account.
How about Land's End?
1.2 kilometers away, the least likely of these positions. Let's say 3%. A truly skilled sniper could have done it, possibly from a tent. No, too far-fetched.
Probably not.
1 kilometer away, an unlikely point of origin. Beyond the docks somewhere, on an islet in the Bay of Martinez perhaps. There are islets there, badly charted as they may be.
That'd be tough to track down.
The shot would have been a small miracle, 5% likelihood. There is an extremely narrow field of view from the bay to the window, between Rue de Saint-Ghislain 10 and 33A. The angle would have been extreme, and access to the islets is questionable.
Kim, do you think the shot could have come from further than the roof? In Martinez?
From where, precisely?
Let's say B prime.
I see you have given this a lot of thought. Are those the locations you've singled out in addition to the roof? And what is the likelihood, in your opinion, that it came from a further distance?
It's okay.
Okay, well, we should see if there is gunshot residue or sniper nests if we go down the coast. Rule these spots out one by one. It would be the diligent thing to do. Until then, personally, I'm going with the roof version.
Fair enough. But I suspect... So we'll take some checking out of locations. Check the Boardwalk, Island, and Land's End. Interesting. So we won't have access to this stuff for a bit yet. Understandable. Did that just give me advice for how to sneak out behind Kim's back? That's good. Let's see. Can I use the radio in your car, sir? Oh, no. We need to talk to Titus. That's right. Let's talk to Titus. What do I guess happened? Ooh. Not in the habit of making guesses
It's
here.
you again. What is it?
I think I'm still being misled. Okay, I talked to Clasia. Now I need to talk to Ruby.
Why?
I've seen her in a laudanum-induced delirium. The paranormal instinct whispers her name into my ear. Civil war is brewing, and the only way to prevent it is to solve this murder. That means talking to Ruby.
Sounds like you want to push this steaming pile of shit on anyone. And now you pick Ruby. Well, not on my watch you won't. Ruby's one of us. We're not gonna throw her under your moral intern steamroller. Fuck that shit.
And fuck you too, moral
Ruby is missing. If you hide from the police in a murder investigation, you become a suspect. You know how it works, guys.
That's nothing. That's just legalese. You don't even have a sound theory. I don't want to be rude, but we're trying to get some R&R here. Think you could fuck off now?
I think we'll keep sticking around, Titus. You'll be surprised at how quickly a theory presents itself if you keep looking.
A logic check, and a very difficult one. We are good at logic, and we already have a few pieces of the puzzle. We saw the winch outside, we reconstructed the murder scene, and we know that Ruby is a drug trader. This is also a white check that we can retry, so I think we should try it.
A sudden flash of lightning in your neocortex.
First try.
The hostel cafeteria is lit by its airy blaze. Floor plans, bullet trajectories, webs of human emotion, all channeled into a single
I can piece this together.
A massive activity spike in the amygdala copicum, the part cops use to pin murders on people.
Amygdala copicum? I love the electrocam. Why are you so sure Ruby didn't off him?
Because she was here, all night, with us.
He's cobbling together shit so he can put her away. It's Cop 101.
She was here all night? 11:30 to 12:15? She was here during all that time?
Yeah, with us, drinking, near the stage there.
She didn't go out for fresh air?
No.
That's a lie.
You know that's not the case.
All right. She took a fucking leak, okay? For one moment. Maybe went out too. She has an operation to run from her lorry. We're not getting into what that operation is again, Cop.
Yeah, we know what that is.
And just 'cause she was gone for 5 minutes doesn't mean she magically got to the roof and shot him. I've been through this. It's not plausible.
All right, we're in. We got Ruby unaccounted for sometime during the window. This was crucial. Now let's place her on that roof.
Ooh, the magic door. I suspect our two mystery doors connect to each other. Have you noticed the winch out back on the other outer wall of the whirling?
I've seen the winch. I'm not blind. You saying she reeled herself up by her collar, like some kind of...
Kidding?
Let's go with that. Point is, it's just a rusty winch. It doesn't put her on the roof.
She could have gotten to the roof from somewhere inside the whirling.
Nah, the only way up there is through Clausia's room.
Is that so? How much do you guys know about this place?
We've only been drinking here for what? 6 years? How much do we know?
Been thinking of getting wilding in rags. That is on my ass, boss.
There you go. Tatted on his ass. We know the place.
There's a locked door in the kitchen and another on the roof. Ever been through either of those?
No, but that doesn't prove anything.
It's just 2 dolls. We're not giving you Ruby for that. She's one of us.
What if they're connected by the winch, Eugene? That is your name, right, Eugene? If they're connected, she could have gone to the kitchen, gone up, shot him on the roof, then come down. All in 5 minutes. How about that?
Yes, she could have. This is one long shot. Tell you one thing, I liked how that goddamn winch came up again. That was nifty.
You do agree the shot came from the roof, right?
Why not? You can't draw a straight line into Clausia's window from any of the surrounding buildings. Maybe from the coast. But like I said, I've been too busy dealing with you idiots. So no, I don't think it was a sniper. It was close up.
72% odds you're correct.
72%. There's a percentage and all. Where'd you get it from? Your guys in the lab?
I pulled it out of my ass.
Definitely lie. The truth is not credible.
I analyzed it on the spot. Turns out I can do that.
No, you can't. I know what you did here on the weekend. People talk. And what they say doesn't sound like a science column. You're a madman.
Not mutually exclusive.
Those numbers were an ass pull, man.
I did admit to that.
Yeah, and they don't put her on the roof either. It's just mambo jumbo. He hasn't got shit.
Have we firmly established Ruby could have had access to the roof where the man was shot?
Firmly? Try shit on a stick. All you've established is a possible route to the roof that you haven't found. And even then, a route doesn't put that bullet in the Burke's head. A gun does that, and Ruby doesn't carry one.
Phase 2, murder weapon. Get a gun in her hand. If not that, then at least a shadow of a doubt. In the shape of a gun. Just don't contradict yourself. If it doesn't sound like Ruby did it, maybe keep it to yourself.
I don't think this is a good thing to admit to him. Before it goes too far away, somebody in chat asked. Scotino said, random question, have I done my 400 games analysis on stream yet? Not yet. It will be later this month. She could have smuggled guns, too.
God damn. That's just about your favorite topic, isn't it? Every fucking 5 seconds.
All I'm saying is she'd have no trouble getting a gun.
Trouble. This is Revachol. Even the roid heads in the gym had a carbine. No one has trouble getting a gun. I still never saw her carry one.
He must be referencing some past case of theirs. He's angry because he knows you're right. What he's saying only confirms your theory.
I didn't say I'd prove she had the murder weapon, just that we need to find her.
All right, Carl. Keep talking. I'll tell you when I've had enough.
T, we're not seriously considering it, are we? Ruby wouldn't do this. Why would she do something like this?
Phase 3. Motive. The last component.
It's not why'd she kill him, it's why'd she help cover up the fact that he was killed.
And I suppose you have a theory on that.
She could have been covering up for herself.
Think about it. Why go through all that effort? It was her idea, wasn't it? The hanging. You went along, but she suggested it.
She had, like, a fully formed plan and shit. Right when she came back downstairs.
Really, Shanks? Claudia wanted to talk to another girl, that's all. She was just the first one up there. I could have come up with that plan if I'd have been first.
Time for a logics demonstration.
All right, Titus, let's assume you killed him.
You're on thin ice here, asshole.
It's a thought exercise, Titus. Think. You kill him. Get up there. Shoot him. Get down.
Would you prefer to go on trial with your men, sport of a lynch mob, or alone for cold-blooded murder?
Alone. I don't drag my men into shit with me.
If she used us, then that's a serious violation of the Hardy Code, boss.
But she didn't. She would never do that. Why aren't more of you defending her? This is fucking stupid, Titus.
Glenn, I thought the same thing when she skipped town and left us in this shit.
So that's where she is. Not here. Which is, I guess, important information. She skipped town.
Oh, so he didn't rule her out completely. And she skipped town. This is good.
You and me, Logic. We're together in this. Maybe it's all part of a leadership challenge? Scotino, thanks for the half year, by the way.
There's no fucking leadership challenge. Just when I thought you were taking this seriously, cop, you put your head in your ass.
Man, now he's just throwing shit against the wall to see what sticks.
That's true.
Okay. We ruled out infighting. That's how this works, by exclusion. Remember, all we need to do is rule Ruby out too. That's all this is.
Maybe she was trying to curry favor with you.
You had expressed, on occasion, your dislike of the mercenaries' presence in Martinez, right?
Whack someone in my district? That doesn't carry much favor with Titus Hardy. She has to know that.
Titus, you have to see that things aren't adding up here. We need to talk to her.
Silence. He looks around the room. The old man in the corner nods.
Yeah, I see it. There's one more thing I've been wondering about. Ever since you asked me where she is. Add it to your list of suspicions, if you want. I don't know. I don't know where she went. She just got up and left. Got real scared, too. Wouldn't tell me where. However hard I asked. Want to know why?
Why?
She was afraid I would tell you. Maybe she was right. By now, I probably would.
Mm-hmm.
She knew there's evidence on her, and she knew we'd find it. This is typical suspect behavior, why fleeing is always incriminatory.
Perhaps. Ask her if you find her. It won't be easy, though. She made sure of that.
When did she leave?
Friday afternoon, when you first arrived. I got word the RCM was in town. Then she came in to see me. Told me she was leaving. That's when we had our little conversation.
Do you know what she was scared of?
I told you. You.
Me personally, or me as in the RCM?
No, you. As in the cop with the sideburns and the disco clothes.
And a hole in his heart. That first.
And the hole in his heart.
Why not? You suck on that gun like someone tore you a brand new asshole.
She probably knew me from my singing days.
Yeah, that's real funny. She wasn't laughing, though. You know, when I first saw you limping here, I thought she was paranoid or sniffing her own supply. But now I'm not so sure.
Have you looked for her?
A little. On the coast.
Where have you looked for her, more precisely?
More precisely, on the coast, past the waterlog. She's not here, so I'm thinking she's there.
Seems likely. Do you know where on the coast I should start looking?
Sure, there's some shithouses there. A cinder block town. Fisherfolk there refuse to unionize. So, that's one place we haven't looked. I hear they have a shack where junkies sometimes crash. Time for you to step up.
You got it.
We will start there. One more question. What does Ruby look like?
Boyish. Hair's red. Dyed. She looks like a Lowry man.
Any clues on where she went?
She's not far. We know that much. She didn't take her lorry, so she's on foot.
Good fucking luck, man. She knows this place like the back of her hand. You'll never find her.
Yeah, Al. And we won't either.
She's not really a hardy candidate anymore, is she?
She's not, Glenn.
What'd she tell you about me?
She said you have a funny taste in clothes, and that you won't stop.
Won't stop?
Until you have something on her. She said she's heard of you from Jamrock, that you're a human can opener, that you play suspects against each other, open them up, like cans.
Not inaccurate so far.
Fucking hell. Titus, did he just...
Open Angus up like a can? Yes, he did. Now, we can whine about it, whack him, or we can go on with our lives. I'm having a go on with our lives kind of day, Al. How about you?
Silence. He nods.
Is that true, Kim? Am I a can opener?
You are insistent.
Anything else?
Yeah, there was something else. She wouldn't tell me, though. I could see she wanted to. It was burning on her lips. This caught Titus. This caught me. But she was too scared.
Logan and MRK, thanks for the Prime sub. You know what she's doing with Ulan frequencies?
The what now? I have no idea. Boys?
She said she's building a pale emitter.
What?
We were talking about radio equipment. She said she's doing Ulan frequencies and a pale something. I don't know more.
This guy barely understands what he's talking about.
There you have it. Pale something.
It feels like you'll get to know soon enough.
Not much, but it'll do.
It'll have to.
All right. I don't like you, but you have earned some measure of respect. I'll shake your hand.
His grip is firm and reassuring, like holding a piece of unpolished granite.
Good arc today, sir.
Not just granite, tightly packed RCM Sergeant material.
You should be a cop, Titus.
When are you gonna get it through your suicidal head? I already am. I just wasn't sure you were.
And he still isn't. People aren't afraid of good cops in the way Ruby was afraid of you, he thinks, then turns back to his men.
What's the window have to say?
Behind the dockworkers, a ceiling-height window. The men are talking, but you swear you hear those black limbs tap on the window as the wind blows outside. You see 2, maybe 3 bushes grown into a single thicket over a period of circa 50 years. It takes time for a hedge like that to form.
Interesting. Mysterious door. I think we roll and then try to squint.
Nothing. Just black tangles like the hair of an old woman. Motionless. The wind in the yard doesn't reach the hawthorn, nor does the light come in from it. There's a little slide panel up there to let some air in. You're not so sure about that. Somehow you just know There's something out there.
Lynn told you.
Behind the glass.
There's something out there.
Yeah, your mother.
Oh.
It's not a very good mother joke, but the room still laughs. Something about those mother jokes just works.
True. Try one more time.
Nothing, as before. Just black branches.
What's this weirdo cop doing now, huh? Window shopping?
I think he's trying to find dirt on us, in our box. It's what they do, Shanks. Did you know policemen are sometimes called pigs?
Wow, no. I hadn't heard that.
Yeah, because they like to sniff around in dirt.
He's just trying to sound clever. He has no idea what you're looking for, nor do you.
Nor do we. All right. What is that? That's a sight? It's perception. Might be able to make one more check at it if I remove my perception penalty. Aha. Have anything with a perception bonus? Would make life even easier. Alright, I've got one more morale heal. Let's use it. One more time.
Again, you find yourself looking at that big old window.
No? Taking the penalty off was not enough? Fair enough. Interesting, it doesn't work like that. We have to actually skill up. Got it. Understood. Okay. So you have to either actually skill up or get a conditional modifier. Changing clothes will not allow you to retry a white check. That's good to know. Okay, I'll use that information in the future. We could, if we wanted, improve our perception here. To try to do that one more time. I do have one skill point. Actually, 2 skill points. But I don't know if it's important enough. Seems like we were able to, without actually getting into the secret door, still deduce some stuff.
You see a heavy it could be connected to the barred door upstairs. The cobalt blue surface feels rough to touch. It leads to a side building, adjacent to this one. The old building next to this, half ruined.
Interesting. Very interesting. Alright, a couple things I want to do.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Please connect me to the 41st.
Just a moment.
10-4, come in, officer. Over.
No, okay.
Roger that. 10-10, over and out.
As you tap on the gauge, the indicator pin jerks as if startled. It's in the large orange sector, indicating the engine is warm.
No, that's enough fun with the foldable headlights. I know they are mesmerizing.
Okay, nothing new to say at the radio. No reports from the guys at the lab or anything. Gateway to the River of Filth. Hey, buddy.
Hello again. How can I help you?
Is Roy high? And if yes, then what is he high on?
Feeling warm and enthralled by the movement of light, while the mind continues to race forward. Lucky bastard. He's probably on Parolidon. It's tough to come by on the street.
What's that?
A drug developed by the military to treat and prevent radiation sickness. It has psychedelic side effects, and it makes your eyes turn yellow.
Get straight to the point. So where does a man get a pyro... Yeah. Where do you get this stuff?
How would I know?
Chill out, man. I'm a chill out cop who just wants some of what you're having. Wink.
Trollodon is just something you know, since the People's Power disaster, I was with the Emergency Relief Brigade. Had to take it for radiation sickness.
He's taken it for mental and emotional, not physical pain these days.
Radioactive cleanup. That must have been really rough.
There's a reason why everyone's tried to forget any of it ever happened, and why no one has tried to repair or replace the pile. So much disappointment, and early deaths. Cancer mostly. And we knew all that was coming even as we were cleaning up as best we could.
Whose fault was it that the generator failed?
No one's. Everyone's.
So much bitterness.
A bunch of poor people built themselves a primitive nuclear reactor, hoping for the best. What do you think is going to happen?
Tell me more about the Emergency Relief Brigade you were part of.
We were an all-volunteer force, self-organized. Tried to help the fire brigades contain the spill. I lived by the river since I was a small boy. The Esperance didn't have the art to let it all go to shit without trying to do something to help out. There wasn't much the volunteer force could do, however. We wasted years in the river mud. Years getting sick.
What is the pile?
A bad idea. Some poor leftist built a particle decay generator in hopes of bringing affordable electricity to underserved communities. It malfunctioned. Radioactive waste everywhere. Probably some of it in you, too.
The People's Pile was a Type U particle decay generator that failed immediately after entering service, releasing radioactive waste into River Esperance.
Give me more on particle decay generator. Brain?
A primitive nuclear reactor, also called a pile.
Because it's a pile of fissile material, I imagine? Why is it called the People's Pile?
Construction began during the Commune of Revachol. The people continued work on it after the Commune fell. They wanted a cheap source of energy for Revachol West. Needless to say, things didn't work out.
Why did it fail?
An emergency valve defect resulted in steam pressure blowing the turbine, taking the fuel containment vessel up in the explosion. Both the faulty design and lack of finances contributed to the catastrophe.
How'd you end up running a pawn shop?
The cleanup happened 15 years ago. I was young then. Later, my second aunt died. Left me this shack and all the assorted junk in it. So I came to Martinez. People told me don't go there. It's a shithole. I said, people, we just had a nuclear pile meltdown. I'm gonna get as far away from Forburg as I can. Still in the same city, but...
Thanks for telling me.
I like the theory more than the story. Outward movement, not vortices.
Yeah, you gotta get in on those vortices, my man.
Care to share your pure holodon with me?
Have you tried it before?
The lieutenant steps away, pretending to admire some of the knickknacks on
Should have done
display.
this with Kim here.
Go ahead then, he thinks. As long as you can walk straight, I don't care. He won't be your nog, but he won't be thrilled about this either.
I tried it once and liked it.
Here you go, man.
Yes, darling. That's the coalition government ordained Parolidon. Straight into your gut.
Oh, I take it immediately? All right.
Of course.
Oh, no, wait, no, not immediately. Take it as into my inventory, not into my body. Got it. Can I get more deets on the gun?
Sure thing.
Have people from Everarts come here about the gun?
Maybe. Shady-looking guys came in here yesterday, looking like they'd just taken off their Wild Pines overalls. They asked if I have a police weapon to sell. I told them I already sold it. They went their way. It was a trip. But you know, all sorts of people come here, asking for all sorts of things.
Maybe Claire really is tracking down your gun.
People as oleaginous as Everard seem like they're lying, even when they're really being truthful.
That's true. Oleaginous. I like that word. Thanks for the review.
Sure, man.
Potion seller, I demand your strongest potion. Swarshizishan, thanks for 49 months, the 4-year plus club. Look at those beautiful purple flames. Good stuff. He just gave me free drugs. We didn't have any money. I was actually worried we wouldn't be able to pay him for it. +1 psyche, -1 health. 4 uses. Both have 4 uses. +1 motorics. So the speed will also help me look out the window. It'll be a nice way to catch us up to speed, so to speak. Butter sign down.
A crumpled billboard reading, Samaran butter soaks in the canal. 2 ugly lines mar the bright countenance of the blonde boy depicted.
What is Samaran butter?
Whatever it is, the boy on the billboard seems very happy about it. Goat milk butter. The Samaran terrain makes it easier to raise goats than cows, and the local goat farmers produce high-quality meat and dairy staples that add variety to other nations' diets. It's an acquired taste.
What happened here?
Judging by the size of the impact and the parallel lines of burnt rubber, the cause was probably a motor vehicle.
The crater.
Side slip marks indicated that the vehicle was traveling up the crater at 35 kilometers an hour.
And it went off the roof?
The black marks on the roof indicate that the vehicle vaulted from the crater to the roof of the shack. The panel served as a takeoff ramp. The vehicle soared through the air, hitting the billboard and upsetting the posts. Then it continued its flight, taking the billboard with it. The sign broke the vehicle's fall into the canal. The Samaran butter billboard still looks freshly painted, suggesting it took the plunge recently.
How recently?
Within the past 72 hours.
I don't think it was like this when we got here.
Still speeding, the vehicle made a loop and vanished into the fog along the coast.
That's an impressive maneuver. What was the model of this thing?
There are 2 good candidates, the Caprice 40 and the Linéaire G22.
The what now?
You'd have to follow the tracks to be sure.
Okay.
The lieutenant looks on, waiting for you to wrap up your analysis.
Any theories about what happened here?
Some top shelf shenanigans. I want to meet the driver and shake his hand.
What kind of car do you think it was?
Either a Capri or a Linnea.
That's quite likely, from what I can tell.
I have some ideas about who might have done this.
Oh.
Somebody really cool and courageous.
I suppose that narrows it down somewhat. Fortunately, we are not traffic cops. Should we get back to the murder?
Try to come up with a convincing explanation for the driver's actions.
You've thought of a very touching story. It's shit, though.
That's okay. I love shit stories.
Well, you're in luck then.
See, Kim, what happened here is the driver was a man whose wife was about to give birth.
Yes, this is good. This is very good. No, it's shit.
He was out drinking with his pals when he got the news, and flushed with paternal pride, he got into his Capri at once and raced to the clinic.
Yes, that could very well have been it. Now let's move on. We are not traffic cops.
We should bring this driver to justice.
If we must.
I'm not expecting him to get far with this, the lieutenant consoles himself. Kingdom of Conscience. The Kingdom of Conscience will be exactly as it is now. Moralists don't really have beliefs. Sometimes they stumble on one, like on a child's toy left on the carpet. The toy must be put away immediately, and the child reprimanded. Centrism isn't change, not even incremental change. It is control over yourself and the world. Exercise it. Look up at the sky, at the dark shapes of the coalition airships hanging there. Ask yourself, is there something sinister in moralism? And then answer, no. God is in his heaven. Everything is normal on earth.
Moralist dialogue options now heal us 1 morale. Logic and volition caps raised. Interesting. Very interesting. Even more logic. Well, that didn't lead to what I thought it was going to lead to, but cool and all. Find the vehicle. So a lot of this seems to require getting across to the other part of town. Let's have some chats with people around, though. See if there's anything new to say. You. I had a chat with a soldier earlier.
Son, you've really let yourself go. It's a disgrace. But Coach Physical Instrument is going to get you back in prime condition, even if it takes 1,000,000 push-ups.
Does that mean you'll call me a maggot and a Nancy boy to motivate me?
Does a master swordsman insult his own blade? No. I'm going to turn you into an athletic benchmark, you big pussy.
Forge me into organic steel, coach.
It's going to take blood, sweat, piss, and tears. But when I'm done with you, boy, you will be a master athlete.
Wait, why piss?
When a man sets his mind and body on something and gives his 110%, he is sometimes going to piss himself. It just happens. No shame in that.
Narrator had a lot of fun reading that line. Let's do this, coach. I'm with you.
Behold, world. Here walks a sportsman, hands choked and hair kept back with a bandana. The Homo Athleticus.
That's us.
Vigilance officer, what can this old carabiner do for you?
Legendary drama check. Cannot be retried. Interesting. Think about that.
I have really outdone myself. This is divine.
Yes, that's what you need, Gaston. More padding on that fat arse of yours. I hope your heart gives out.
It's a game of point-and-click adventure with RPG elements. Yes, Warshizishin. Yes, point-and-click with skill checks. But what you're seeing right now is 100% of what the gameplay is. There's no other layer or element that is just taking a sideline for the moment. This is the game.
Honey, it's a little pleasures. Life doesn't need to be a struggle. Hello, officer. How might I be of assistance on this fine day?
What are the rules of this game?
Oh, the goal is to throw your bull as close to the cochonnet as you can. That's the cochonnet.
Tell me more.
Well, first, you draw a circle about 1/2 meter in diameter. We made ours out of rope. Then, the order of play is determined by a coin toss. You win it. You get to throw the cochonnet. Then, the players aim to throw their bulls as close to the cochonnet as possible. They must stay in the circle and keep both feet planted.
You tell me anything else about this?
I could, but I'd rather not. I'd
Fair enough.
put that knowledge to good use in I mean 50 years. I'm sure of that, officer.
20.
I don't like where this is going, officer. Don't you think we should do something else now?
No, I want to talk to him about something else.
Hurry up, then.
Can I have a bite of your sandwich?
I'm sorry, officer, but I really don't share food. Nothing personal.
The only one you have.
Don't be a dick. There's plenty for everybody. Please, man, just one bite?
Believe me, officer. I wish I could help you, but...
You can barely hear him. The sweet smell of pickles in harmony with garlic butter and marinated onions emanating from the sandwich is driving your mind in a singular direction. It must be yours.
Please, friend, let's just share the sandwich.
Fuck off! It's mine! Sorry, officer. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it in a bad way. But the sandwich is mine. I'm not gonna share it.
When the dissidents come to rape our country, he hides. But try to get a bite of his dear sandwich and he gets claws? You're a special kind of vermin, Gaston.
Can I improve my rhetoric to get him to relinquish that sandwich? I know that I need it. Rhetoric. We have -1 with the bum hat. Rhetoric is currently not being modified. No, we don't have any rhetoric boosts. All right, well, I will...
Officer,
I'll roll the check.
Police in Martinez
I need that
makes me
sandwich.
feel safer already.
A man so principled about his sandwich calls for a principled approach. Time to get political.
I'm not so sure about that.
Too late. Daddy's already fighting the bad fight. Make it stick.
Your blood sandwich is a tool of the oppressors designed to keep the proletariat docile. These options seem awfully fascist or communist. What if I don't want to say them? That's the moralist option.
Say one of these fascist or communist things or fuck off. Whoa, easy there, Goldmouth. He doesn't have to say anything. Re-engage cop mode and bail out if you like.
Do I get a morale heal from the bailout, though? Is that how that works?
All right.
No.
Let's...
All right. We got the bailout successfully, though. Good stuff. Good stuff. Interesting. We have the map is here. The map doesn't seem like it helps that much, though. You are here. See if we can find the fast travel location. The monument? Question mark? The endgame sandwich build.
An old monument stands in the middle of the traffic island.
Map. No, that's not where the travel point is. Is there anything new to say to this woman?
The woman is still hunched over the railing. Her head...
No. Pale driver. Wait, he said something about a pale something.
The woman.
Huh? What is it?
She's just...
You heard that, Loman? A pale dream with diamonds. Of course, whatever stupid things they... Is that all you want?
Nothing new for her. Just being around this game makes you drunk by osmosis. You're not wrong. You got anything for me, buddy?
Hola, Wandering Man. How can I help you?
Do you know anything about the Hardy Boys?
Los Hardys? They're an independent militant group. A bit too high-strung, but it comes with the responsibility. They're sort of like you. Preserve the rule of law and all that.
The file cabinet stands steady as ever, and the unlocked drawer slides out to greet you. The
Sorry, I need
drawer
volition
slides shut.
to do that. I'd actually be willing to level up volition because it would improve our morale. It's worth thinking about.
The payphone hangs mutely on the wall.
So we've been back there. This goes up to Everart's office.
All those empty wine bottles and cigarette butts on the ground. Someone partied really, really hard here.
Wait, how hard?
Well, they went through 6 bottles of potent Pilsner, 3 bottles of Commodore Red, and almost 4 packs of cigarettes. It must have been pretty hard.
Did I do this?
Well, yes, I think we can say with relative confidence that it was you.
But it could have been the guard, too.
I am, but it doesn't matter right now.
Interesting. I have the bag.
This is the night watchman's booth. The name on the door reads, René Arnaud.
Let's have a rest here
The
real
chair
quick.
is not as austere as the rest of the booth. A thin grey pillow is attached to the seat, secured to the stiles by black ribbons.
Breathe deep.
Stale air floods through your nostrils. Not a single mote of dust floats inside your lungs, though. The inside of the booth is immaculate.
Search for something.
The drawers are empty, save for old timesheets and receipts. One small box, however, does hold some cheap painkillers.
Read the side
They are
effects.
slightly out of date. Oh boy, where to start? Elevated risk of dementia, mini strokes, prophet's disease, sudden death, hair death, erectile malfunction, critical flatulence, watery blood, black mucus, uncontrollable weeping, increased sensitivity to La Opera, inoperable joint disorder, total spinal collapse. Maybe this was a bad idea.
Maybe not.
You take the painkillers. They are yours now. You stand and exit the booth.
Yeah, that was a bunch of heal items. That's good. If I get down there. Critical flatulence. Yeah, when you roll a 20 on your toots. There's no mercy for your housemates at that time.
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural?
We won't talk about the murder, but maybe you can tell us something about the murder victim's missing armor.
What do I care about some fucking tin eggshells?
Is an armor art for the body?
Ugh, alright. Sad piggy. I'll give you this one. I saw a little girl in the fishing village running around with military-grade handwear. Looked cute as hell. If you haven't been there, the village is a shithole down the coast from the main plaza. Have a good time.
Got it.
Piggy, I have no idea why I just told you that. You look like a shaggy dog left in the rain for too long. I have a weakness for animals.
Catch you later, Cindy.
A sturdy metal door guards the southwest entrance to the apartment building. It's locked.
Have a knock.
The door rattles again, but this time you hear an elderly woman's voice calling out from inside.
Stop banging on the door! I'm not letting any more strangers inside.
This is the police.
The police? Everyone knows the police don't come round here.
Please let me inside. It's cold out here.
No, I already told you. I won't be responsible for any more strangers getting into the building. Go check the backyard door. Maybe someone there will.
Backyard door? There must be another entrance to the east.
Kim, tell her we're real police.
Madame, I assure you, we are real police officers.
There is no reply.
Fair enough. Back entrance, huh?
There must be another way into the building.
That door. Dang it. Every time. God damn it, Kim. Your glitchy line. That's right. That's why I didn't investigate too much into this door. What about you? I speak to you?
You see a young man on a balcony nursing a cigarette. His eyes have been following you for a while.
This is a new person.
Not looking for any trouble, officer.
It's the voice of someone who has something to hide, my liege.
No trouble from me. I just want to know what's going on here.
I don't want to be seen talking to the gendarmerie if that's okay. I just want to finish my cigarette.
It's the god of cigarettes and youth. Ask him if he's got anything to spare. Don't let him go. This could be your witness. The balcony has a great view of the whole thing.
Actually, we really need to talk to you.
Is it really that important?
Like a nervous cat, he keeps stealing looks at the neighboring windows.
All right, but make it quick. Once I finish this cigarette, I have to run.
Tell me your name?
My name? My name is Martin Martinez.
That's definitely not his real name.
Right.
No, of course not. Could you please lower your voice?
You tell me anything about the hanging?
I can tell that you finally got him down. Thank you. It was quite a disturbing sight, even by Martinez standards.
What were you doing last Sunday?
Oh. You already asked me that, didn't you?
Wait, is someone else investigating the lynching?
Did you?
No, not you two. Some more muscular type.
And when did you speak to this more muscular gentleman?
Last week? I don't know. Look.
A downy blanket of white to cover up the miserable poverty of the scene.
You didn't answer the question. What were you doing last Sunday?
I had a friend over.
What kind of friend?
It was my Sunday friend.
A Sunday friend? How intriguing.
What's your friend's name?
He doesn't reply, gesturing no with his cigarette. Under the grey sky, snow continues to pile on the neighboring windowsills.
No. We won't. Now, if you'll excuse me, I really need to get going.
All right, let's roll.
This
Got him.
isn't the place
Double
or time
sixes.
for questions. Who knows who might be watching from the distance? hidden behind the curtains.
Hey, I'm just trying to make things okay again. Can we meet somewhere else?
For a moment, the man on the balcony seems almost vulnerable. Something moves in the depths of his feline eyes. Compassion and a hint of understanding. There's snow gathering on his hair and on his shoulders. A speckle of white against the purple that hangs loose on his slender frame.
I am sorry, but I really don't have the information you're looking for.
But, hold on. What's that? For a split second, his hand lingers, as though gesturing towards a stone placed right next to the front door. It's a sign.
Good luck with the investigation.
Okay, bye. That stone.
He's gone.
We should run after him.
No point in running. Tenements like these often have multiple exits. If he doesn't want to talk to us, then he'll know how to hide himself.
You're right. He probably didn't have anything important to say anyway.
He could be a witness. Him or his Sunday friend. Either way, we need to look into that muscular type who's asking about our case. He did leave us a sign. Did you see that? He wanted to draw our attention to that stone right over there.
Thank you, Kim.
If we find a way inside the building, we can ask around for his apartment.
Let's do that.
A stone like any other, lying in a whirl of sleet and mud. Maybe there's something under it.
Leave no stone unturned.
There's a key beneath it, rusty from the dirt.
This must be for the front door. Pity he doesn't have the apartment number on it. This building has many apartments, and the man can be in any of them.
How are we going to find the right one?
We'll just have to go in and see.
Good. All right, we found a way into the apartments by successfully convincing the man. Excellent. New area unlocked. New leads that we can pursue. We're closed by Martinez Realty Associates. Cold and winter gray.
Ruination has come. The broken arches betray the once grand history of this building. It towered over the harbor until it happened.
Until it fell.
A great force from the northeast fired into the city. Heavy artillery shelled the coastline. Fired from the water. A straight shot into Revachol. The tenement acted as a defensive wall against the worst of the shelling until it was destroyed, and they had a direct firing line. The waves of the Martinez Inlet roll over the fallen remains of the building. The dark waters obscure the better part of the remains. What didn't fall into the ocean was used as scrap. What wasn't used as scrap was thrown into the ocean. Those arches acted as support for something greater than what you see now. Only 3 stories stand where 9 to 12 once did. Restoration has failed. What the shelling took out was never rebuilt.
Who did this?
A fleet, the combined armies of Occident and Grad, with Mesk volunteers, a 5-nation army, hundreds of vessels. They massed airships further down in the Bay of Revachol. The artillery was so powerful. The ships not only required gyroscopic stabilization, they were anchored into the ocean floor as well.
It's a big gun.
Many are still there to this day. If you squint, you can just barely see the shadow on the water, far in the northeast. Cannons still ready to placate Revachol. Coalition warship Archer can shoot 50 shells a minute on 20 co-aligned arches. They will reach the city in 58 seconds.
Co-aligned arches, all fired at 20 different ballistic angles. All 20 shells strike with approximate equal timing for a devastating combined hit. Do you know who shelled our city, Kim?
The Coalition. But that was a long time ago. I think we should move on. It's chilly up here.
Time to go.
Ooh, the piggies have learned how to saunter up staircases. I didn't think you could do that with hooves. But here you are.
We cops don't like closed doors, unreachable places, or people having high ground on us.
Yeah, you got me now. The dynamic between us has completely changed.
Catch you later. Door is locked. Someone lives back here. Oh, and I even got a level up from the... We get 1 experience point for every orb we click on, and it actually added up to a level up there. So we have 3 skill points available to spend. Not sure what I want to do with them at the moment. We'll think on that. Getting more slots could be nice. Ooh, actual money. There we go. That's enough for some drugs. Huzzah. Oh, what is this? A boiler room. Someone's been sleeping here. Cindy. On laborer genes. +1 electrochemistry, -1 reaction speed. So we could lose savoir-faire instead. But currently all of our pant options are electrochem. God ass. Oh, it even it tells you why the stat bonuses are there. +1 electrochem for god ass, but -1 reaction speed for hindsighted. Unfiltered contact. Bum brain. Bye-bye bugs. Work it with the physical instrument skill. Aye, Captain. Know thy neighborhood. Bit dry. Sea monster's soul, sea monster's vision. Cigarette-stained fingertips. Love it. Awesome watchtower heels, but they're too high. On the snakeskin shoes, love it.
The pockets of these new jeans are perfect for sticking your hand into. Makes you look cool, calm, and collected. As your hand enters the pocket, your fingers brush against something, soft, yet crinkly.
Now that's cool. An item you only find in the pocket of a pair of pants because you put on the pants.
Hey. It's a chewing gum wrapper.
Oh.
It reminds you of the fruity juice of apricots. You should inspect it closer if you have time. Something about the wrapper's texture is familiar. By the way, the raw materials were most likely exported from Seaguy, the apricot suzerainty, and processed in Sur-le-Clay into the apricot-flavored chewing gum, loved by kids of today and yesterday. Something about it is familiar, and not only to your fingers.
Odd.
A crinkled chewing gum wrapper. The worn label reads, Tutti Frutti. It smells faintly of apricots, with a barely noticeable twinge of cinnamon. You feel compelled to point out that there's nothing fruity about cinnamon. It's a spice derived from tree bark.
Why do I even care about this?
Good question. There is no answer or secret phrase written on the inside of the wrapper. Yet you're drawn to it. Drawn by regret. Stop before you hurt yourself with a Tutti Frutti wrapper. Throw it away, please. You carefully fold the wrapper into a square before putting it back into your pocket, lovingly even, despite the strange feeling of regret.
Strange the random items that remind you of her. Wait, who? Hey, lady.
Give me a moment. The cold never does any good for my bronchitis.
Only got a few questions.
Go ahead, then.
She's the cleaning lady. She knows the floor plan and the residence.
Looking for a young male in his mid-20s, dark hair, skinny build.
Yes, yes. I know who you mean. The scrawny boy who's always smoking like the devil. Right? What's he in trouble for?
No trouble.
Talk?
What was so funny about that?
He lives upstairs in room 28. Go to the balcony. It's one of those doors there. He's usually home in the evening.
Thank you. We should go check out his apartment on the balcony. See if he's home.
Who are you, ma'am?
I'm no one. Just an old woman who cleans these hallways.
And you live here?
If you can call it living. I have a little room upstairs right next to the coal room.
Oh.
It's barely bigger than a closet. But I don't complain, no. I have my bed and my aching bones to keep me company. And that's all I need from this world.
She hasn't spoken to anyone for a while. Even her sentences feel rusty.
Got a couple questions.
Ask away, policeman.
Can you tell me about Cindy?
The artiste? Nothing I can do about her, I'm afraid. She ruins the walls faster than I can clean them. Still, she leaves an old lady to her business. More than I can say for others.
Is one of the residents on vacation?
People come and go. I don't keep an eye on everyone.
They probably just moved or died. Hopefully somewhere else.
You know who lived there?
The hell am I supposed to know? Another nut job, I assume.
Thank you.
She mumbles some kind of a response, then hacks something into her handkerchief.
Pleasant. Boogie Street. That interactable?
You hear someone walking around inside, rearranging the furniture. The number on the panel says 10.
Hello?
The walking stops abruptly. You can feel tension on the other side.
Again!
A poor communard, from the looks of it. The room is barely bigger than a closet.
I'm a cop.
Do I have to open the door? Do you have a warrant? I'm not obligated to open the door if you don't have a
Oh,
warrant.
man. She knows her rights.
Let's go. We don't have a reason to get inside that apartment.
It's generally easier to do things if you have literally any reason.
Thank you, Logic.
This door has been closed with a padlock. A chalk-drawn number on the board says number 11. It's a solid lump of metal, but the shackle is deeply corroded. A solid pair of chain cutters would make short work of it. Better whip out those cutters. You won't get very far otherwise. 'Cause 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 ' that isn't just a five-pointed star. It's an inverted white pentagram cradled in a wreath of antlers, the iconography of communism, in other words.
Is that what that is?
The star and antlers was developed in the 6th decade
I guess
of the
for
last
this game,
century
sure.
and quickly adopted by Mezov and the communards during the revolution. Even today, half a century after, the star and antlers retains the ability to evoke hope, disappointment, and fear in equal measure.
Why is it upside down?
To symbolize the toppling of the old order. Also, some social democrats were already using it.
What's with the antlers?
The wreath of antlers represents a natural crown. It was about building a society that could exist in accord with the natural world, and at the same time, above it.
Why white?
Because white is the color of peace.
And what does this invoke in me?
Gone. Gone is the glory of hope. Only the scribblings of impoverished students remain in dirty hallways. You are the big communism builder now. It's you or no one.
Fair enough. Fiction notices and missing pets. Shoes come in 3 different sizes. It's a sad bathroom. Wait, what's this? Logic glasses. Flip up glasses, the auditor. Nice. Minus authority, but plus logic. Am I currently sitting or standing? I'm currently sitting in my chair. Been sitting all day today. Aha. This is what I saw earlier. I wanted access to it. Interesting. Ah. Okay. Make a note to go back to that other locked thing earlier then. Just a door. Rosemary, thyme, and a cactus. 29. 30.
This door is made of metal and appears to be reinforced. Someone here really values their security. Number 28. This is where the cleaning lady said the smoker on the balcony lives.
Let's see if anyone's home. Knock on the door.
No one answers.
Looks like the young man we are looking for isn't home. I think we should return tomorrow after we have finished with our day's work. How about 9 p.m.? Sound good?
What do you mean?
The smoker on the balcony. This is why...
Why
Suddenly,
tomorrow?
He's a little worried about... Don't worry. It's mostly all still here.
Sounds good.
Tomorrow, 9 p.m., right here. Apartment number 28.
Remember, tomorrow. He's probably gone for today.
Understood. Probably. We'll be back, though. Maybe. Ooh. Score? Alright, what's in the list of tasks? Okay, so it indicates time-sensitive tasks in the journal. Sing karaoke. Now that I have some money, let's go back to the pawn shop. Probably just took Cindy's savings. Yeah, thanks, Cindy. Appreciate you. Tibbs has windows.
You see rows of toy soldiers guarding the rest of the trinkets displayed on the table. Try to find something pretty and cool here, then use it to win her back.
No.
All the old boomboxes are there, blinking and waiting to whirl. All but one. Yours.
Yeah, we already got the boombox.
A typical Martinez streetlight sits among assorted floor and table lamps.
Is that a streetlight?
Yes, officer. As you see, it's in perfect working order.
Where'd you get it?
It was brought to me to be altered.
We are not here to investigate the theft of city property. You have to admit it's rather clever what he's done with it.
The light pole has been carefully cut, and the wiring has been redone and attached to a standard indoor plug. The light buzzes faintly, but persistently. This would make quite a statement in your living room.
How much for it?
700 real. A bargain, I dare say.
Even taking into account the risk of obtaining it, that seems a bit steep.
There's also the matter of rewiring, but the most important transformation is the light's placement among ordinary indoor fixtures, which has adjusted its morphological field. The light became suitable for use inside the home just a few days ago.
I have no idea how you'd even get 700 real, nor why you would spend it on this item, but intriguing. Very intriguing. You have anything more mundane?
Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything.
Do you know what happened with your roof?
Traffic? I'm sorry, officer, but I don't drive.
Didn't you hear it when your roof was driven over?
Now that I think about it, I do remember hearing a thunderous noise the other night. Some kind of powerful electric vortex hitting the shop, and then moving on.
That sure narrows down our list of suspects.
I can understand how you'd mistake that for a powerful electric
Jacob
vortex.
Irv, the great tip-top champion. Yes, yes.
Do you think it may have been Jacob Irv who drove over your roof?
It's a logical explanation. I felt within that thunderous crash a soul plunged into chaos.
Can I sell you anything?
Sure. Let me have a look.
I'd like to sell my clothes.
Anything else you're thinking of selling?
Lieutenant's handkerchief, postcard, photo of a happy couple, postcard, the pen. I won't pawn the lieutenant's handkerchief just yet. He gave it to us to keep.
Another time.
All right, nothing here then. I'm kind of running out of leads for what to do today. Nothing new to say to you, right?
Right to work!
No, we've got the tattoos deciphered. Some stuff up there. Oh yeah, the ruined building next to the whirling in rags. Yeah, we've done a lot in 2 days, it's true. It is true. Or we could do... Interesting. Can't buy any sad tapes. Playing. We've already looked through the trucks thoroughly. Potion? Yeah, we could try to pass some new checks. That's an option by boosting our stats or getting a couple of level ups.
Just a moment. And there's no public phones nearby?
The closest phone booth is down the coast. Sorry for the inconvenience, ma'am.
It's fine, I understand. Thank you anyway. I'm
Good day,
glad
ma'am.
to see you again, dear.
Everything all right?
Please don't trouble yourself about me, sweetie. I was just hoping to make a call, but the Whirling's phone line isn't working.
We have one in the car.
The union office probably has a phone, but I can't really get there. Or to the phone booth down the coast. And Gary's phone is dead too.
No mystery here. This is Clausia's handiwork. She cut the line.
Why do you need the phone?
To let the young woman who's house-sitting for us know that we may be delayed. Morel, my husband, and our friend Gary were supposed to get back by Monday night. But they're still missing, and I haven't heard from them. I was also hoping she'd heard from Morel.
A little missing persons puzzle might just be the thing to take your mind off the hangover.
Chat suggests the bookstore. I will take a look at the bookstore. We haven't poked around too thoroughly there. Alright, I'll bite. Has your husband gone missing before?
That's just it. This isn't like him at all. He always plans his expeditions so carefully. But you have more important things to worry about.
More important than a missing expedition? I don't know. Expeditions often lead to something interesting.
So your husband is some kind of scientist?
Oh, yes. A zoologist. A cryptozoologist, to be more precise.
A Bigfootologist.
It's a pseudoscience that attempts to legitimize research into mythological beasts and urban legends.
That's one opinion, yes. And people are entitled to their opinions.
My apologies, ma'am. I did not mean to undermine your hobby.
It's not a hobby, dear. It's a subfield of zoology, one specializing in animal species that are so exceedingly rare that many assume them to be extinct or even fictitious.
Yeah, because if they existed, they'd be regular zoology.
Searching for such species called cryptids is difficult and often thankless. And frankly, many scientists are too lazy to do it. Universities these days are rarely interested in supporting real research.
The quality of research at Revacholian universities has been on the decline. But you doubt there was ever a time when cryptozoology was embraced by the academic elite.
The white check, we can retry it. Suggestion. What is this expedition your husband was on?
Just some field work, sweetie. Morel is a highly trained scientist. He and his assistant Gary are studying an extremely rare species of insect. but they should have returned by now. They were just going down the coast across the waterlock to set a few traps. He said they'd be back on Monday. What could be keeping
On the
them?
coast. You know, that's kind of where I want to go, actually.
The waterlock. That was broken. Could this be it?
Who's this Gary person?
Oh, sweetie, it's nothing like that. Gary's as loyal as they come. I trust him with my husband's life any day.
They're probably stuck across the waterlock.
Oh my. What happened to the waterlock?
It's blocked by a butter billboard.
Oh, sweetie. If it weren't for you, I'd be looking forward to another sleepless night. Thank you from the bottom of my heart.
You're welcome, ma'am.
I hate to ask, but if your investigation takes you to the other side of the coast, please do keep an eye out for my husband.
This will surely lead to a cryptozoological mystery with that extremely rare insect. Yes, some left-field scientific research is exactly what you need right now. Funk up that vanilla murder investigation.
That's right.
And if you see him, let him know Lena is waiting for him here at the Whirling. He gets so tangled up in his work that he may not know the waterlock's been repaired. And it's cold out there.
Will do.
Oh, you're such a dear. Thank you, sweetie.
Tell me more about... let's try the suggestion first, and then we can maybe retry with a new conditional bonus. We have the green 8 pen. That's right. Having the pen she gives you a bonus on this check.
You're an enthusiastic idiot, but you're still an idiot.
The Crab Lord, thanks for 19 months of support. I want to know everything about cryptids. Living cryptids, extinct cryptids, marine cryptids, land cryptids. Bring it on.
We don't have time for Cryptozoology 101. Let's get back to work, shall we?
Tell me more about this rare insect your husband's
Sweetie,
looking for.
It's fascinating, but I shouldn't bore you with entomological minutiae.
The lieutenant gives you a sideways glance.
But I really asked specifically for that. Also, I am looking for time waste. So yes, I want to hear about the insect.
It's a phasmid, technically, but...
Ah yes, Phasmatodia. A diverse group of insects whose bodies resemble twigs, leaves, that sort of thing. Ghost insects, colloquially. Oh yeah. Here comes the interesting.
Where other phasmids imitate sticks or leaves, this one's a living reed. It disguises itself among the reeds here on the Insular Indian coast. Hence it's named the Insular Indian phasmid. Perhaps
That's a good
you'll
case
end up
name.
co-discovering the phasmid with us, officers.
I knew it. We're gonna be chasing made-up insects with cryptozoologists.
This lady, she's a real stick in the mud.
It's not made up, officer. I can assure you. It's simply elusive, so much so that most establishment zoologists doubt it exists at all.
Does it have cool powers?
Yes, it can blend in almost perfectly among the reeds. It's how it's stayed hidden all these years, centuries even.
Is it valuable?
Oh, I doubt it. No one gets into cryptozoology for the money, sweetie.
What makes you think the phasmid is around here?
Well, some teenagers making out in the reeds saw one. They didn't know what it was, of course, but there was a brief article in a local newspaper about their encounter with a ghost insect that looks like the reeds. Gary sent us the clipping.
Interesting. Maybe the phasmid made the teenagers make out.
Shut up, electrochemistry. So a newspaper clipping is all the evidence you have?
Of course, most phasmid sightings turn out to be false alarms, but their description matched the Insular Indian phasmid perfectly, and they didn't even know what they were looking at.
So what's special about it?
Oh dear. I'm afraid I'm not explaining this very well. It is very special. Morel can explain it all much better. I wish you could hear him describe it. Then you'd understand, I'm sure.
Tell me more about Morel.
Oh dear. I'm not sure where to begin.
What does he look like?
Well, his expression is slightly grumpy, but his eyes are always bright and curious, like a small boy's. And his palms are quite coarse from all the field work, but he's quite gentle.
You can't go around Revachol feeling grown men's hands. If you want to find her husband, you'll need more concrete information.
Let's try again. Why don't you try describing him as you would one of your French girls?
Oh, well, he's a bit shorter than you, but with a larger frame. And he has longish white hair, usually a bit uncombed. You might say wild, even.
The lieutenant pulls out his notebook and begins jotting down the woman's description.
One other thing, he'll likely have all kinds of field gear on him, even if he's not out in the reeds, you know, just in case.
And how long have you been with him?
We'll be celebrating our 16th anniversary this autumn. Not the most numerically satisfying anniversary, but I like the less obvious milestones even more somehow.
4 squared? Works for me.
By a dating agency, I'm ashamed to say.
Dating agency?
I was looking to get back into the scene after recovering from my accident. And he'd just divorced. We hit it off, and, well, here we are.
Thanks.
I hope I've been useful.
All right, we failed the suggestion check. No more conditional bonuses on that. That's fine. It's now 18 hundo. 6 p.m. in the evening. Find Morel, the cryptozoologist. Amazing. You were minding your own business, trying to get some detective work done, when suddenly a voice emerged from within you and told you you're a wuss, a namby-pamby, a sissy, and a limp jellyfish. This voice has 0 gender sensitivity and even less empathy for underwhelming athletic performance. Try to purposely piss it off, see if it teaches you something. Pretend you don't know the difference between a double and single support phase in the discipline of hammer throw. It hates that. Love it. Could improve our physique, probably. Which wouldn't be a bad idea. Get a bit more health. Actually, you know what? I'm going to improve our morale. Our Velotion stat needs a level up. Better. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, loading tip. Alright, there's supposed to be a quest here or something. Let's have a peek around.
You see a tattered set of curtains and a polyhedron-shaped cage-like trinket. You see some kind of charm, an irregular polyhedron assembled from bones, sticks, and straw. Inside, a disturbing fish head with empty eye sockets stares at you. This is a traditional Seminese ward, meant to provide protection against ill luck, bad dreams, curses, and other supernatural scourges.
Is that the racist with Seminese, right?
Inhabitants of Île de Fantôme, the Seminine Islands down south. Aside from poking at it suspiciously, there is nothing else to do with the fishhead charm at this time. The curtains remain shut before you.
Let's see what else we got here.
Hello again, esteemed officer, and welcome to Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous People.
Who's the girl outside?
Annette, yes, my daughter. I hope she wasn't slacking off again with her nose in science fiction. Tell me, was she at her post doing her job like a proper girl?
Of course.
Wonderful. Did you talk to her?
Yes.
Great. On a scale of 1 to 10, how compelled were you to buy books after talking with her?
I'm not going to grade a human being. Actually, I mean, I was a teacher, so yes, I do that. Did she get a 10?
Her dedication brings joy to my heart. If you have children,
I do that all the
I
time.
hope they turn out as great as my Annette.
She's a great value add. I'm here to dismantle the free market and abolish child labor.
You must be kidding. There's nothing like that happening.
How much do you pay her?
Good sir. What does a young child do with money anyway? No, I save it for her, as a fund. She's securing her financial future out there.
Such criminal behavior would not happen in more developed countries.
In some more developed countries, this sort of thing is 2 felonies. Although, usually not if it's your kid.
Those countries will realize they've raised a lazy and spoiled generation. Are we done with the jokes now?
Yes, we've had quite enough fun here. Right.
The woman before you.
Right.
The display rack is brimming with worn paperbacks featuring an extremely muscular, sword-wielding barbarian on the cover. Nearly all the titles contain the word Heimdall somewhere. Rows and rows of Heimdall men blur your vision. You make out some titles. Man from Heimdall and the Mammoth Riders. Man from Heimdall, Return to Heimdall. And the solipsistic Man from Heimdall and the Heimdall Man.
Good God, how many are there?
Maybe 100. Man from Heimdall and the sages at the end of the world. Man from Heimdall and the false god. Man from Heimdall and the scorched earth. Man from Heimdall, the Heimdall colonies. Man from Heimdall and the swamp beast. Man from Heimdall and the snow crabs.
Is that all?
Not even close. Man from Heimdall in hell. Man from Heimdall and the forest of slaves. Man from Heimdall under the lake. Man from Heimdall, Heimdall burning. There's even the Trial of Death, a pastoral combat game book set in the world of Heimdall Man, and so much more.
Do any of these books call out to me?
A twinge at the back of your head makes you flinch. Your eye starts twitching.
Ugh, what is it?
Your hand reaches toward a book with glossy cover art of the very muscular Man from Heimdall in chains, kneeling in front of a staircase leading to a throne. A woman sits on the throne, leering at the man. She's laughing at him, belittling him.
Oh.
Between the throne and the Heimdall Man lies a bonfire, casting shadows on the wall. The shadow of the woman's headdress looks like a pair of devil horns. The title reads, Man from Heimdall and the Devil Woman.
Interesting.
The display rack before you is burdened under piles
$9.
of Man from Heimdall novels.
That's almost all of my money. Tell me about these Muscle Man books.
Oh, Man from Heimdall. A very popular series of adventure novels. They're awfully immoral and violent books.
Why are they popular?
Blood and violence, scantily clad women, epic narratives, all those mystical things he encounters. They're bound to grab those with little imagination and nothing to do.
Which one should I start with?
What does it matter? They're all the same. If you're a novice of the series, I'd recommend Heimdall Man, the Man from Heimdall. It's supposed to be a good introduction to the series.
And I can buy that for $9 too. Interesting. Let's not do either of those things.
A small mountain of colorful board game boxes. There are numerous types of games for all ages. A lot of shelf space seems to be taken up by Wirral-related merchandise.
Wirral.
An endless variety of source books, lore books, and codices litter the table. The topmost book is titled Welkin Compendium, 2nd edition. There's also a large hardbound tome with intricate cover art, The Hunters of Katawak, Boreal Creature Compendium, and a Pick Your Path adventure game book titled Tales of Wirral, Cavern of Velkrag. Books in a board game section? Who wants to read books?
Anything that really catches the eye?
There's a box that says Wirral, 3rd edition Mega Setting Supplements module. The side panel notes, a fantastique adventure board game, new maps and miniatures. A sticker on it displays 25 real. That price is steep, but then it's the 3rd edition Mega Setting Supplement, so it makes sense.
Maybe we can get Kim to play it with us. Lake Trout.
Shelves filled to the brim with crime novels featuring the supposedly stalwart Vespertine detective, Dick Mullen.
You can buy a whole bunch of expensive big books. Quite
Shelves
interesting.
full of biographies of famous people, whoever they are.
I looked at that one too. All right. Open the curtains.
The curtains tattered with age and covered in dust. Just as you're about to pull apart the...
Sir, don't touch that. I told you it's off limits for the customers. Parapsychologically speaking, we're done if you decide to open them. I won't be held responsible for the consequences. It's too dangerous.
I sense this place calling for me. I must investigate beyond the threshold.
You do? My God, even more reasons not to mess with the curtains. Just step away, dear sir.
I'm a police officer and I need to get in there.
Why? It's not like anyone was killed there. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be so impolite. Just please don't go there.
The curtains do seem frail suddenly, not robust enough to contain a slippery darkness.
You can't stop me.
No! Please just talk to me, officer. Come here and let's talk this through before you decide to do anything extreme.
Talking is always good. Go see what she has to say. There is something mysterious about the curtains. Be careful. The curtains, tattered with age and covered in dust, hang before you, as if taunting you.
What's in there?
Nothing. Now, please.
She speaks almost as if she's trying to put a spell on you, urging you to buy more books. Oddly enough, the more she tries to draw you away from the curtains, the more alluring they become.
All right.
You see a dimly lit room full of dusty furniture and trash. A doorway stands in the back, covered in dozens of scary little Seminese wards, your shadow looming over it like an omen.
I warned you. You're unleashing forces beyond your understanding.
Vaguely androgynous portrait of a man.
A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you, covered in dozens, if not hundreds, of Seminese trinkets and charms. It appears to be locked. Only an echo. No one is there.
In threshold. Physical instrument. Being drunk is optimal. But I think we can get drunk and come back. So let's try first.
A heavy
here.
door with a missing handle stands before you, covered in dozens, if not hundreds, of Seminese trinkets and charms.
Ow.
It appears to be locked.
That looked painful.
You smash into the wood and see a small crack.
Oh, but we
appear in the
succeeded.
doorframe. It's going to take one more try to break through to the other side. But you've done it.
You're not thinking of trying again, are you?
Smash into the door. None of my options don't smash into the door, by the way. Smash into the door and say, hands up, freeze dirtbags, fuck the system, or fuck, it hurts. Fuck, it hurts. This is not how you should break down a door. There's a gym here.
What is this place?
Looks like a gym to me.
Yes, but no one's been here in ages. I doubt the electricity still works. Good thing we have a flashlight on us.
An eerie feeling rises in your chest.
I'm sure it's just a regular abandoned house. Nothing mysterious here. Yep. Definitely. Oh, I like that it shines where I'm pointing. What is this? Shot put ball.
barbell lies on the floor. The color has worn off its weight plates. It's 60 kilograms. Your triceps hum at the sight of these weights. Show the world what kind of beast it's dealing with. Lift them. There are no collars on the barbell. This is a safety hazard. Why does it feel so familiar?
Ow. Look, Kim, it's a trap. There are no collars on the barbell.
You're right. The weights may fall off. Better not touch it then.
I don't really care about safety hazards.
No one does until they get smashed into the barbell.
Is this familiar because I'm a weightlifter?
No, it's not that. It's the stale smell of rubber, the squeaky sound of sneakers, your bruised knee against the mat, and a whistle. Then the feeling is gone.
Was I a gym teacher?
It's just a memory.
Seems like it'll do health damage if we fail that check. I don't even know why we'd want to lift those weights. Just to prove we can, I suppose, to ourselves. Dan of London, thank you so much for the Baker's Dozen, the 13 months of support. Heck yeah. Demijohn. What's a Demijohn? It's like an advanced toilet. The remains of the 24-hour window repair shop. Ooh. And money. Wow, there's a lot of stuff here. La Delta.
An iron safety curtain curves before your eyes, folded like a bellows. It covers half the room, blocking the way into a colossal industrial chimney.
Knock, knock.
What an odd thing to do. Nothing happens.
More.
Still nothing. No one's home.
More. Oh god, no.
Those curtains prove to be surprisingly sturdy. Your fist hurts now.
Can you please try to refrain from attacking random things?
This is significant.
Why do you think there's something on the other side, necessarily? In any case, there's no way we can get in right now.
Bent metal. Broken glass. Your path lies strewn with the broken forms of everyday objects. You are the destroyer, the bane of inanimate matter.
Gaze upon me, stuff and despair.
Kudos.
Anti-Object Task Force, that's us. Take a look at your hands. See how bruised they are? See those little scars? This is Exhibit A. The material world is holding you back. Containers, mailboxes, doors, chairs, they are all your enemies. Always have been. Atoms themselves are in on the conspiracy, forming shapes and structures that you hate. You are energy stuck in a body. You are spirit trapped in matter. Break free. Beat up that lamppost. Let it know just how much objects suck. I like that. You can internalize that thought if you want to gain some bonuses. Probably to opening things, be my guess. There's a lot of stuff in here.
Your flashlight slides over an old green chalkboard covered in scribbles, sketches, and schemes, like some ancient cave mural. Some of the writing has faded with age, but you can still make out sections here and there. These lithe, pointy-eared creatures appear to be different types of welkins. You make out autumnal candle welkins, casting wax-based magic, translucent welkins, with organs shining under their skin, and even ether welkins, hailing from the vast emptiness of sidereal space. Who are all those creatures? Fantasies of a tortured, feverish mind? You should adopt one of those welkins as your persona. No longer a mere man, but a welkin.
Roll up a character.
One of the welkins, towering among the rest, appears to be different, however.
It's important. Examine this.
It's Vara Hamira, a high welkin. his face white and scarred like cracked marble. This is clearly a Welkin supremacist. The note says, all non-Welkin races will be purged.
Oh, a racist elf.
The Haldor, the Twarg, the humans, and even headless men, all of them, purged. Imagine a world filled only with Welkin, Green Welkin, Dread Welkin, and the High Welkin to rule them all.
An inordinate amount of time has gone into drawing these little Welkin creatures.
Why would anyone spend so much time on this?
Some people really like building a world, I think, even if it's just for a game.
You're not wrong. This has been educational.
Just look at those details.
The photos.
The photo collage depicts barren, icy landscapes wrapped in perpetual night. You see permafrost and glacial landforms, dead trees grown in under the snow. Entire oceans have been frozen from shore to shore. There are pictures of settlements on dried up riverbeds, abandoned in a storm. Animal corpses in the dark, carcasses and bones. You see primitive oil rigs built into glaciers, boreal dvorg, yurts under the snow, great mammoth-like beasts of burden. Albeit dark and cold, this vision also feels cozy in its own way, like eggnog or morphine, a much-needed respite from our own world. A pinned postcard reads, "The heat death scenario. A desperate fight for geothermal energy engulfs the world as Wirral becomes untethered from its sun, drifting through the universe."
That'd be quite something.
This is a monthly calendar from the year 50. Cryptic words like sprint, daily minimi, and GPI span the marker-drawn grid, the grand scheme of production and money. Minimi stands for a mini-meeting. It's part of a bigger framework for managing work called RUN. Station 41 tried to implement it a few years ago, but failed. As time goes on, the numbers in the boxes grow rarer and rarer. The board becomes an empty snowfield in the final days. Only failure and regret dwell in this region.
Looks like they didn't make it.
A note in the bottom left corner of the chalkboard says, "See the prod schedule filament for details."
Inspect the notes.
The handwriting is only partly legible, but you can still make out 3 slogans: "Call in, tune out," "Wirral untethered," and "Heat death of the universe." This appears to be some kind of machine with a cube-shaped heart and a wired framework. The keyboard has a rectangular on-off button. A piece of paper still hangs from the printer.
A radio computer. Just sitting here without anyone inside.
Do you think I should turn it on?
We have one of these down at the station, but I never really learned how to use it.
Turn it on.
The machine lights up like some prehistoric animal stirring from its slumber, revealing fluorescent play and print keys on the keyboard. The hatch on the machine's central compartment is wide open.
What's in there?
It's empty like a beehive without its brood. Some cables have been left dangling, disconnected.
This is where the memory should go.
Print.
Nothing happens.
Play.
Nothing happens.
All right, we need something. What's this?
This old fireplace is covered in lines drawn in blue and red marker, the mesh spreading over the stone like blood vessels on alabaster skin. A diagram for summoning some time-forgotten being. The symbols seem very esoteric. The whole thing resembles Kadran mosaic tiles. Very pesantic.
What am I looking at?
Radio frequencies, it seems. UKV 123.6, UKV 123.7, UKV 123.9. Some written notes, too. Sparse and cryptic.
Frequencies for what?
Unclear. It looks like a cardiovascular system split into veins and capillaries. Very advanced.
Something medical?
You think so? The web is comprised of radio stations, all lead back to one red heart, titled the Game Master Frequency. A note says, this one can listen in on any station it wants.
Who's the Game Master?
Someone very important. The leader of a massive on-air game built by these people. A conductor for the hundreds of story threads that pass through the Game Master's frequency.
So who's playing?
Whoever decides to call in to a call-in station, it looks like. There's no way a little basement studio working here could pull anything like this off.
My God. It's as if the less money they had, the more ambitious their project became.
Why do you say that?
The schedule. I know doom when I see it. The company was running out of funding.
What else?
Nothing. It's just lines on marble. An echo from times long gone.
Okay. What do you think is going on with that computer, chalkboard, and fireplace?
Undercover counterintelligence program.
No, that's not it. I think it looks like one of those popular pen and paper role-playing games. Only these people were trying to automate it, make it work on radio computers.
Computer game?
Utter madness, he thinks, as a compliment.
And this was a role-playing game.
Indeed. Those Welkins are a dead giveaway. Role-playing people love that stuff. The world looks like a modified version of the WeWorld board game, with hit death thrown in.
Super cool. Someone should give them millions of real immediately. This game is too good to be left unfinished.
What do you think happened?
No idea. They stopped filling out the schedule on the chalkboard.
Ace Gamer EU says the devs are big D&D nerds and they had a couple of other game ideas before Disco Elysium. So it might be an archive of their own failure as a company, the game they never successfully made. How are they planning to do that?
Through call-in stations. None of the players have to be physically present. Anyone in the world can participate in the game, as long as they have a two-way radio. Then there's the Game Master frequency that listens in on the smaller call-in stations. I think that was supposed to coordinate the stories, functioning as a master of ceremonies of sorts.
His fascination has swept aside other concerns for the moment. He's a little hooked.
Anyone ever done this before?
Not to my knowledge. They make automated games in Graz, Messina, Königstein. You know, places with industry.
Not in Revachol West, among the ruins.
But I don't think anyone has attempted to create an inter-isolary game before. We just don't have the technology.
It's just not there yet.
Indeed, it's ambitious and untethered from reality, but...
The world is cold and lonely. This would keep it company. Let's finish it.
It's too late for that, I'm afraid. Okay, let's keep moving.
Fair enough. Developers of the most advanced RPG in the universe. $2 and magnesium. It's definitely worth breaking down this door. Some cool stuff in here. An ice cream maker.
You see a terrifying ice bear with a strange compartment in its belly. The door is covered in frost, and the bear's eyes are glowing red. The bear looks oddly realistic. Is it taxidermy?
Looks like a giant ice bear.
The lieutenant doesn't answer. His eyes are glued to the animal. A sharp slice of light shines out from its mysterious belly door.
Crack it open.
A gust of freezing cold air rushes to greet you. You hear a low grumble as the bear regulates itself. This is the inside of a refrigerator.
Spooky.
The lieutenant takes a peek inside. His hand has found the holster of his gun. The shelves are empty. All you see are crumpled ice cream wrappers with the brand name, Revachol Ice City. A handwritten note has been attached to the door. The fridge is huge. You pocket the note and the little fridge magnets keeping it on the door.
Examine the ice cream
A
wrappers.
friendly cartoon bear smiles back at you from a glossy cellophane wrapper. It looks nothing like the fridge.
Why is this here?
Good question. It looks like an ice cream fridge.
They tried to sell ice cream from this hyper carnivore.
I know. What an unfortunate marketing choice. What is even worse, the bear is still costing them money to this day.
The fridge buzzes with energy. The electricity bill on this thing must be catastrophic.
Yikes. What's the note say?
The note is written with a blue pencil on a piece of lined office paper. The kitchen magnets have left spots on its surface.
Does it say anything interesting?
This is tangential at best, but the lieutenant's detective instinct is still active. Someone has scribbled, S. I can't believe the off-site copy is still here. The illiterate ginger kid keeps stealing stuff from the studio, so I had to hide it somewhere safe. You'll find the filament memory with the off-site copy in the frozen ice cream maker. Please take it home, ASAP. It's important. I'd do it myself if I lived in a civilized place with a freezer. Take care, Sully Swaff.
The illiterate ginger would be Kuno. Do you have any idea where the frozen ice cream maker could be?
I don't know. I assume it's somewhere close to the Ice Bear fridge.
Wonder who wrote this.
Looks like someone from that radio game company upstairs. I'm a little surprised they just left their property lying here.
Guess we'll never know.
The lieutenant nods.
Interesting. All right, well, there's a little bit more to explore here. Let's poke around in this room. No, there's a lot here. Okay, I need to take a quick break before we go any further in Disco Elysium. I think I'll just keep playing this game until the end of the stream. I'd like to wrap up day 2 of Disco here, but we'll see if we can make that occur. So, a bit more gameplay of this, but first a short break. Gonna refill the water, hit the bathroom, stretch my legs a little bit. So back in a few minutes upon my return. More poking around in a dark basement. BRB, everybody. Don't go nowhere. All right, Twitch chat, we are back. White checks are a little interesting, Diavor. Specifically in that I'm not really encouraged to max out a stat before attempting a check, but rather I want to deliberately leave unspent skill points, try the check with as low a stat as possible, level up again, try it again, so on and so forth. Although some checks will punish you with damage for failing. That is a nice way to handle it. But for checks with no penalty for failure, you can kind of game them that way. Bit odd, but not a huge complaint, really. All right, what do we got here? The wall collapsed.
A thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace, coloring it pitch black.
Actually, I left my water in the other room. One sec. Gibbersol says, most come with a penalty of time spent, even if nothing else bad happens. Oh, true. And that is an important resource in this game. Time. One that is strictly limited.
Looks like this furnace has a face, and it's a face of agony.
Kim, what is this thing?
Looks like it. Looks like an old central furnace used to heat the building. It's connected to the chimney. No one has used it in ages. No signs of any recent fire. Only dead rats.
Take a look inside.
It's dark and grimy here. In the darkness you can hear chatter. It's coming from above. A voice or several voices talking to each other. Near the smoke chamber, upstairs.
What are you doing?
I hear the murderer of the hanged man talking.
Really? Maybe it's coming from behind those safety curtains we saw upstairs. We should ask the lady in the bookstore what's going on with these curtains.
Why would I want to smear my hands with coal? Interesting. Frozen ice cream maker.
This orange machine is buzzing like an old submarine. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner on top and an electric freezer that appears to be frozen shut.
Try to crack it open.
You slip your fingers under the frozen lid, but the ice is too cold for you to get a good grip. If you want to try again, then you need to have the pry bar in your hand, detective.
Sometimes stating the obvious is a really good thing from game design. Like, what if I'd not played this game for 3 months, loaded up the save here? Like,
Equip
oh
the
yeah,
pry
bars are a
going to
thing.
the tools tab in
Okay,
your
you don't need to be that
inventory.
obvious though. Thank you. Can't hold both. Well, I guess I can hold both.
This orange machine is buzzing like an old submarine.
Pry bar
It has
not
a
strong
hand-cranked
enough.
Ice cream churner on top and an electric freezer that appears to be frozen shut.
Interesting.
Turning the crank feels oddly satisfying, like stirring your childhood dreams. In the distance, you hear water dripping. It's all gone now. You'll never become a poet or an entrepreneur. What better to assuage the creeping sense of failure than some frozen fat and sugar?
We need a better pry bar. Interesting. Or I need to find the legendary smith and upgrade the pry bar. Not sure.
2 cables are plugged into the breaker box. The red one leads to the ice bear fridge, and the black one to the ice cream maker nearby.
Unplug the ice cream maker.
Something close to you dies with a soft electric purr.
Why did you do that?
It's not like it's the red one.
The lieutenant raises his brows, but doesn't say anything. The electric distribution board now has one cable missing.
Good. Drama. Insane mesh tank top. That's the coat. No, I had the white tank top on, right? For the bonus to physical instrument. Okay. And this goes out to here. Neat. Spare change.
This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner and an electric freezer. The ice around it slowly melting.
Still not strong enough. We do get a bonus for having unplugged it, but I either need to wait until that ice thaws more, or, again, seek out the legendary ore, find the smith, reforge the upgraded pry bar from the 2 severed halves, each guarded by a skeletal guardian.
Yes?
And then open it. You seem to be following me. Almost enough to make tomorrow's run. Production schedule filament memory.
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering, casting the framework in a soft glow. Like a smooth draw, the filament slides into place. On the keyboard, the play key starts blinking.
Let's play.
A bar of fabric right above the keyboard starts producing a soft hum. The sound of static seeps through the machine's planar magnetic driver. The static gets louder, slowly filling up the abandoned hall, until a voice speaks out, crackling and old, cutting into the air.
Good evening, Fortress Accident en rue de Saint-Ghislaine. This is East Insulindian Repeater Station 1. Please repeat, is this the production schedule?
East Insulindian Repeater Station. What's the production schedule?
The filament you have inserted into the reader.
Yes. That is what we put in. Is it not? Yes.
That was a question. Have you inserted it into the core?
Yes.
Good. Please repeat the password.
Password? Of course it would have a password. That's why there's a human administrator involved.
I don't know the password.
Received. I will register this login attempt.
Don't worry. Passwords have a way of turning up sooner or later.
Fortress accident. Is there anything else I can do for you today? Thank you, and goodbye.
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering, casting the framework in a soft glow. Fluorescent play and print keys shine on the keyboard. Nothing happens. The filament slides out of its glowing nest.
Fascinating. That's right.
Looks like someone tried to reconceptualize their business here.
I don't get it.
Look, the skis and rotor blades both bear the same Slipstream logo. It seems likely that they started out making one, failed to turn a profit, and then pivoted to producing the other.
But the question is, what do they start with and what they pivot to?
That's a good question.
And yet they still failed.
Reality is ruthless.
Sure is. Adopting a new strategy is no guarantee of success. You only get a gamble. Okay, this is where we came in. So, we found production schedule memory, which we can pawn, potentially. But moreover, we need the password for. How fascinating. Definitely going to have a talk with the lady after this, who runs the bookshop. Let me just double check, make sure I got everything in this place.
A thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace, coloring it pitch black.
Kick it.
A hollow ring echoes through the furnace. Your toe hurts.
Fair enough. Smear my hands with coal, why not?
A lush layer of coal now covers your skin, sinking into the wrinkles. Your hands look ancient. You feel the spirit of Ramut Karzai, ancient hero of Grad, pulsing through you. All that's left is to cover your face in war paint.
Sure, Inland Empire, I'll indulge whatever this is.
3 dangerous stripes appear onto your cheeks, telling stories of your wild soul.
What are you doing?
I am the reincarnation of an ancient Ilmaran warrior.
Please wipe your face clean, officer.
No, you're a proud warrior. Keep it.
I'll keep it.
You can feel your cheeks turn red under the lieutenant's gaze. You look like a kid, not a police officer. Even the war paint can't conceal the embarrassment.
Thank you. So, where were we?
Shut down by Kim. A lot of moments, I'm actually... this most of all, whether or not Kim is accompanying you for a given interaction. This, I think, is one that it really would benefit from revisiting, replaying the game. Because you essentially get 2 different interactions for every possible thing in the game, whether or not Kim is with you. And perhaps, depending on what previously you've done with Kim, that may also change, like his opinion of you. Leading to... I can't even begin to imagine the spider web of game states, narratively, that are created as a result. What have we done that Kim doesn't trust us? Oh, I can't imagine a thing. I would love to revisit with like maxed out authority stat. The things authority suggests are absolutely insane. On a pretty persistent basis. Also, I feel like having just stubbed my toe on the object, we gotta take the bane of objects more seriously here. I will unlock this. And internalize anti-object task force. Go. A lot of repeatability, a lot based on your starting stats. I would argue also a ton based on knowledge of characters and their true motives. The things you should say or not say to them. Alright, no sign of a password in here. Max out authority in Electrochem. I've been really tempted to off-stream start a new save and see if I'm just allowed to spend the entire time being a drunk bum, basically. Like, get the money from Kim for the room, don't pay the hotel keeper, just buy alcohol and pass out somewhere and see what happens. What kind of story does that create for the player? I'm sure there's a bad ending or an ending you achieve by doing that in some way. But one that would, to a new player, reveal some of the greater narrative of the game, which is why I haven't done it yet. I don't want to spoil myself too much. Yeah, full hobo cop. Okay, so the time is 1928. Pretty much everything requires time at this point. That's not what I wanted to get rid of. Lose both of those, actually. So, I'm not 100% sure what to do now. Have a quick talk to Joyce, see if she has anything for me. Book's moving time makes sense. Seems Joyce is not here. Went to the village on the coast. See you there. Well, seems everything we want is on the coast. The padlock in the apartment building. Yes. No, actually, that I want to come back after hours without Kim for. Good thought, though. I will tab that thought. I don't want Kim to see me just breaking into that apartment. But I'm totally gonna do it. Don't tell him. In that case, yes, reading a book seems reasonable. We have enough money now. I'm willing to buy the Barbarian book. And give that a read and see what happens.
The display rack is brimming with...
Oh, I also meant to talk to her.
Featuring an extremely muscular, sword-wielding barbarian on the cover. Nearly all the titles contain the word Hyundai.
Actually, wait a minute. Do I want to read that book? I'm not sure that I do. Let's have a chat with you first.
You broke down the back door, the wards, the door. It's all gone now. Dark psychic energy leeching onto my shop.
Sometimes it's necessary to resort to extreme measures.
I suppose it's It's all over now. I guess there's no escape.
What are you talking about?
Just a door? This place is cursed, Detective. They don't call it the doomed commercial area for nothing. Just look at the sheer amount of companies that have failed in this house.
Ah, and you think I've cursed your business?
I hope you're happy now. Happy that you've ruined everything. Now that you've broken the door, the curse is coming to get me as well.
I didn't know about that.
Of course you didn't. You're nothing but a policeman. All right. You know what? I'm willing to let you investigate the doomed commercial area. We are set on the path. There's little else to do.
Good, because I already took a whole bunch of stuff out of there.
But before we go on, tell me, did you encounter the malignant entity?
Didn't see her, but I sensed her presence. What am I referring to? Or am I just talking nonsense? I don't think I... Wait. I radioed somebody. And there was the furnace thing. Yeah, I sensed something in there.
You did? Then it has to be true. I've suspected that this woman-shaped energy must be connected to the curse ever since I first saw her. Did you see that she lives inside the chimney?
No one can live in a chimney. Chimney, the passage between heaven and hell, of course. I did hear voices coming from the chimney.
Yes, I've heard that. It's enormous. She has barricaded herself behind some metal security curtains upstairs. God knows what she's doing there.
What?
Some unnatural magic, I assume. You should go find the entity and ask what happened to all the companies in the building. And do return to me after you've talked to it. I'm quite anxious to know what she has to say about the curse.
If you're really interested in cracking this mystery, then we should go back to the furnace. Maybe you could yell into it or something. Make some noise.
Despite his cool, the lieutenant's interested in solving this mystery.
I love that he's like, yes, this is a good use of our time. I had a few more questions about the curse.
Okay, but please, only a few questions. You wouldn't want to disturb the spirits.
Have you consulted an expert?
Yes. I've contacted numerous parapsychologists
Mhm.
and even a pair of Simonese mediators. They provided me with the wards. The wards help to keep the doom at bay and protect us against the darkness that lies further in the building, even though now I fear it's not enough.
How does the curse manifest?
The curse is so much worse than you could imagine. It's a disease, eating at the very foundation. It's the curse of financial distress, of ruin and bankruptcy.
Didn't that curtain just move?
What does that mean?
Everyone knows that all the previous companies in this building have sooner or later declared bankruptcy, and their malicious spirits are still here, feeding off bad business practices and disappointing income statements. There's something wrong with this building, I can tell you. Ever since I arrived,
it's in Revachol.
I've sensed an eerie lingering presence, as if I was unwanted here.
Is your pendant part of the wards as well?
Oh, this? No, it's a special Himian amulet, blessed by desert pygmy shamans, with a spell of compulsion. It's to compel people to buy books.
Oh, is that why you were...
There are numerous spells cast throughout the store. I had the books anointed with a different inducement spell, for example. It's guaranteed to boost sales 15%.
I'm sure it is.
Desert pygmy shamans. That sounds like a rather questionable way to describe a group of people. Doesn't seem like the spell is working. There are no customers around except you.
You could be doing so much more, you know.
Sir, I am well educated in the commercial and esoteric arts. I know what to do and what to avoid.
Maybe you should try to reconceptualize. Martinez doesn't look like the best place for a bookshop.
You're right. A bookstore wasn't even my original plan. I actually wanted to sell esoteric paraphernalia to help to balance out this neighborhood's dark energies.
What happened?
My husband suggested otherwise. He said it's less stupid, more appropriate, cultured and all that. But being cultured doesn't offer any protection against the curse, does it? Maybe I shouldn't have listened to him after all.
What about those wards on the back wall? Are those simonees?
Yes, the simonees are very crafty and their wards are extremely powerful. Lesser wards simply won't do here.
Why didn't you tell me right away?
It's not good to talk about the curse, not in detail. The negativism, it's dangerous. Talking about the void wraiths angers them.
Talking about something gives power to it.
Wow. Void raves. You have new words.
All right, well, thank you for allowing me to
Before you
investigate.
Scans the store, her shoulders rigid and tense.
And for not being mad. All right, so we will be back to the chimney, I suppose. How are we doing on stats? 1 skill point. I'm considering taking a endurance point to get 1 more health here. Seems like something nice to have. We have a decent number of health items, but not quite enough. I suppose they're cheap enough to buy. Hold off on that thought. What's up, Kim?
It's dark.
About time.
And the flashlight works a lot better if you hold it in your hand.
Thank you for the reminder, Kim. Alright, good talk. Where are we going? Here. To the chimney zone.
A thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace, coloring it pitch black.
Hello.
Something breaks loose in you. A mighty bellow echoes throughout the chimney's depths. The chatter of tiny voices above suddenly cease. Then,
Hello?
you've awakened the entity.
Hello?
Hello? Did you say anything? I can't hear you. Please come upstairs. There's a safety curtain on the second floor. I'll open it.
After you, officer.
Safety curtain on the 2nd floor. Oh, that thing I kicked. Of course. Mystery solved. Thanks to the power of brute force. Polyhedral dice. More dice. Seem familiar? Wait, no.
Yes?
No, not you. Out of the way, Kim.
Yes?
No!
Hello, I'm Nia.
Right, I had to get further away from her to talk to her, of course. Throne of Tools. With emerald light shining through her hair.
Did you try knocking on my window? I must have missed you. I've been listening to my Melius.
I knocked so hard that it hurt.
So what kind of die are you looking for?
Could this be the malicious entity? Perhaps it's wise to go along with this masquerade. She's got a direct view to the backyard. You should interrogate her about the lynching.
Hold on, what do you mean by milieu?
Yes, a milieu is like a call-in station. You need a two-way radio to access one. That's why I have these. Mostly, they just teach you to swear in different languages. But some of the stations can be quite interesting. I was so absorbed, I must have missed you knocking.
Why are you asking about dice?
I'm a novelty dice maker. Tell me the name of your role-playing system and I'll make the die you need. That's why you're here, yes?
Bailers and Barbarians.
Role-playing games? You know the one made by Fortress Accident. Does that count?
I was looking for something else. Squint your eyes mysteriously. Answers. I'm not interested in buying dice. I'm a police officer, and I need to ask some questions. I'm really not sure why I'm here. I do need some dice, actually.
Very good. My rate is 10 real per set, unless you want something really unusual. Take a look around and see if there's any particular stone you want to use.
It almost looks as if the stones and dice are a natural part of the room, growing out of the shells like stalagmites. No falsehoods are present. She's a novelty dice maker and doesn't have anything to hide. Ask what you need.
How did you become a dice maker?
How did I become one? It was a business decision. I was a regular jeweler at first, but that's an unfocused field.
Seems
with
like a really
too much competition.
Dicey career choice.
Some of my friends were role players. They asked me to make some polyhedral dice out of cobalt. That was my first order. I grew it from there.
Although I hear it's a hobby people are dying to learn. Do you like RPGs?
Not especially. I like working with rare materials and a steady pay. And role players as customers? They're nice people.
Some of those nice people have big bucks to spend on novelty items.
What do you know about the man who was lynched behind the whirling in rags?
Nothing really. I didn't know him.
Who cares about the dead body? We might be dealing with a malignant entity here. The lieutenant looks at his notebook, then the woman under the large window.
Your window looks directly onto the courtyard. You're saying you didn't see or hear anything unusual last Sunday evening?
I'm sorry, detective, but as you know, I usually have my headphones on when I'm working. It shuts out most of the daily ruckus behind my window.
Wasn't the career she imagined, but she decided to roll with it. You never took your eyes off the work to look out the window? I mean, I believe that immediately. She didn't hear us banging on the door to her study. Why the heck would she notice a lynching happening outside?
I might have, but in this case, all I would have seen is my own reflection staring back from the darkness.
It's light here, but dark in the yard at night.
Yeah, so you can't see out of a window like that from an area of higher light to lower light.
It's really hard to make anything out in the yard when it's dark outside. Besides, I rarely get up to look out the window when I'm in the zone.
What do you mean by the daily ruckus?
Well, there's always something going on in the Whirling's backyard.
Kuno throwing rocks at something?
During daytime, there are usually those kids. And lately, I've been seeing a lot of drunk workers hanging about. Must be because of the strike.
She's heard of the murder, but did not see it, sire.
But I never saw anyone during that fateful Sunday night, I'm afraid.
Do you often work on Sundays?
It's an odd profession, making dice for people. But I like it, and I prefer doing this to sitting at home.
I see. Thank you for the answers.
She nods.
Anything else, officer?
All right, give me a die.
Of course. Tell me what you have in mind.
Do you have any cursed dice? Just a normal die for me. Very regular. Do you have any cursed dice?
What do you mean by cursed?
As cursed as my life. Perished like this world.
Alright, how about I surprise you? Come back in 8 hours with 7 real, and I'll give you your cursed die.
It's even cheaper than the regular dice. It's a deal.
Great, see you in 8 hours then. Was there anything else?
Curiosity sufficiently tickled. Where are we anyway?
We're inside the chimney of an old central furnace. It's strange, I know.
Still signs of coal black soot here and there. Oof. Wouldn't want to spend too much time in here.
But when I arrived here, all the other rooms were taken, so I had to build myself a makeshift home. Besides, I don't really have to pay any rent here, so that's a plus.
Yeah, bronchitis like that old lady.
Plaisance was right. There's an entity living in the chimney. You should ask her about the curse.
Creative.
Heard this place is cursed.
I've heard the stories, but I don't think those stories are true.
Plaisance is convinced this place is swarming with malicious energies.
Plaisance, the bookshop lady? I've heard that her business is doing rather well. Have the energies spared her somehow?
I don't know why they haven't gone bankrupt yet. That's what I'm here to investigate.
Oh, right. But it's not just the bookstore that's still up and running. What about the whirling in rags? Some people say it's part of the building complex.
I don't know if it counts, though. Do you think it counts?
You could say so. Both houses were built at the same time and under the east of the Commerce Central project.
I mean, the whirling isn't doing particularly well. One tenant trashed their room and only barely paid for the damages.
And then there is me. I've been here for 14 years, selling novelty dice to role-playing enthusiasts. Not exactly a million-real business idea, yet somehow I've survived despite the talk of malicious energies. Strange, isn't it?
Maybe it's just because she's so talented that she's been able to woo the curse.
Woo! I'll be the first to admit there are many inconsistencies in this so-called curse. Here for 14 years. Plaisance thinks you're the source of the curse. That's what I'm going to go with.
Malignant entity? What does that even mean? Some kind of sorceress? What about you, officer? Do you think I'm the malignant entity?
Time has come to face the source. Fear not, for the forces of the universe are supporting you in this psychic quest.
I'm starting to see that there is no curse, only business decisions and natural market fluctuations. I still think it might be you that's causing this. Narrow your eyes very mysteriously.
So I'm the grand dragon in the cave. Might I ask what supports this claim?
You're the last man standing, or woman. There's something ghostly about you, ethereal even.
Ethereal? Thank you, but I think it's just the lighting.
No, it's the troubled color of her energetic vibrations.
No, I mean it. Your vibrations are off. I sense tragedies in your past.
Of course you do.
Darling.
Show me a person in Martinez who doesn't have any tragedies in their past, and then we'll talk. If you ever find a way to explain all those inconsistencies in the curse, then let me know.
That's all she has to say on the subject. She has been thorough and truthful, as far as we can see. Plaisance needs to hear about this. Perhaps if you combine your psychic energies, you will make sense of the situation.
Why hasn't her business failed? So here's Shivers. Kind of like a gut instinct. Why hasn't your business failed? I guess we'll try this and then explore other options, see if we get a reattempt. Or if there's a big penalty for failure. Who knows?
You feel nothing. If anything, it's uncomfortably warm in here.
We need to connect by getting naked. Leave it at that.
She has begun to idly clean one
I should have
of
checked
her
if I had
carving
Shivers
tools
penalty.
with a dirty kerchief.
I think I do.
The tool's sharp edge shining in the light of her desk lamp.
Do you know what happened to the other tenants?
More or less. Are you interested in anyone specific?
Oh, quite a lot of them spring to mind.
Oh my. What happened to the gym?
It wasn't merely a gym, it was Artemitev's
there's so
boxing
much here.
club. A community project created to steer at-risk youth away from drugs and crime.
How'd that work out?
It didn't. If anything, it made the youth situation in Martinez even worse. At some point, someone started a rumor that the punching bag downstairs was full of amphetamines.
You should have known it. It's not really full of that. No one would store their drugs like that.
Eventually, the coalition took away the funding and the club went bankrupt. This was a few years ago. It's gotten much more peaceful around the plaza ever since.
Electrochemistry points continue to be the best choice I've made so far in this game. What's up with the broken windows?
Oh, this one's a mess. There used to be a company that promised to repair windows 24 hours a day. What could go wrong with this one, right?
Right.
Turns out, the business was actually set up as a front for an illicit group that was producing snuff milias. Who would have guessed?
What's the snuff milieu?
And they never cleaned up the debris either. Now it's just littering the hallway and I have no idea how to get rid of it on my own.
No, we don't want to ask that question.
Yeah, don't.
I found a strange machine.
Fortress Accident, the radio game studio. They were an interesting bunch. We talked about role-playing systems every now and then. Once, I even saw two of them get into fisticuffs over Wirral. They certainly took their work very seriously, even if they seemed to be chronically liberal with their schedules.
What do you mean, liberal?
The usual. They ran out of money and couldn't get the project done on time.
What went wrong?
Well, I did hear them talking at times. They seemed to believe they were historical individuals on some grand quest.
She sounds almost mocking when she says that.
From what I've seen so far, their project did seem impressive.
Yes, but when the money started to run out, they just began to complain a lot about capitalism. You know, how the markets are rigged to keep out new businesses and so on. In the end, they just didn't get it done. They didn't have enough willpower to produce something truly historic and to show up to work on time.
Not everyone does.
Showing up to work on time is hard. No, scratch that. Showing up to work at all is difficult, especially if you've been drinking.
It is tough.
And so is producing something extraordinary. Anything else?
What's with the bear?
Oh boy, the fabled Revo Show ICT. You're in for a treat here. The place was owned by two guys who had some rather innovative ideas about marketing. The bear was one of them. Now ask me about their other ideas.
Indeed. What were the other ideas?
All right, what were the other ideas?
There was really just one, and it involved picking out the prettiest girls in the neighborhood and paying them 20 cents per hour to man the booth. And by man the booth, I mean slump behind the counter with a face that could maim you if you ever dared to disturb their bored magazine browsing.
These options, quite something. How else do you choose people around you? Can I get a morale heal by taking the no? Anyway, did it work out for the business?
It didn't. Occasionally the girls had their friends over, which doubled the amount of hairspray, skin problems, and mood swings behind the counter. And they already had the bear.
What about the bear?
The bear.
It didn't work out, huh?
Of course not. The bear was terrifying. No one wants ice cream guarded by a hostile apex predator. To make matters worse, the fridge didn't work too well either, and half the ice cream came out malformed and partially melted. Eventually, Ravishell Ice City lost the price war to its rival, Glace 5000. Glace 5000 sold caramel sundaes for only 5 cents a piece, out of regular fridges.
I'm sure the bear was doing its best.
Maybe, because the taxidermist who made that bear definitely wasn't. Doing his best, I mean.
How come?
He said that the bear was his vision beast. He said he met his vision beast while high on desiccants. Called it Megatherion.
Sounds cool.
Megatherion.
Megatherion. A mega wild beast.
A mega wild beast.
It's an imaginary beast that guides you through life by telling you to do more drugs, mostly.
Maybe this wise and noble beast can guide you toward those amphetamines you've been craving.
Hey, do you think that vision beast could help me out?
I don't, officer. You should stay away from drugs and vision beasts. Anyway, now you know the story of the fallen ice cream empire. Anything else? Another failed business, perhaps? I've been here for a long time.
I found the building's intercom, but it's not working.
Oh, right. I hope you didn't try to ring me. I think none of those doorbells work, including mine. I'm still in the middle of connecting the wires. Sorry about the confusion.
I saw a name East Delta Pinball on the doorbell.
Right. It used to be a gaming arcade. This is an ancient failure, before my time. I'm not surprised, however. My advice? Don't base your business on a fad. Hypnotism, floriography, trick-track, especially pinball.
Agreed. Pinball is the worst.
So you're telling me you have a doorbell?
The one with an empty name card. It's the last one in the list. As I said, it's quite useless right now. It doesn't work yet. Sure, I'm listening.
Do I want to hear the full story on everything? What's our current objective? Report back to Plaisance. What's with the rotor blades?
They were made by a company called Slipstream. After they pivoted from making rotor blades to skis, their chief executive took off on a vacation with all their money. Honestly, I think it's quite funny. I think he's still sending out holiday transmissions from Tulula or Tiumotiri or Hashtkor or wherever he is.
What does he say?
The usual, I imagine. That he's been thinking up all kinds of new business plans and can't wait to get started on them just as soon as he returns.
Men like that are a curse.
Sure, but Slipstream is history now. All their remaining assets got seized by the bailiffs in 47. I have no idea why those skis and blades are still lying around in the house.
They were just props. Why return them?
Don't get XP for that or anything. Okay.
Good. I hope it clarified things a bit. What else?
So we currently have 2 skill points. I'm going to keep those floating for the moment. And we're going to report back. There. So,
What have you found? And also, do buy the books. There may be teachings in them.
I talked to the entity you told me about. Her name is Neha, and she's a novelty dice maker.
A novelty dice maker? Well, spit it out. Why does she need the dice? For some kind of sorcery? Sometimes they use the ankle bones of sheep.
I have felt her aura. She's not the one to blame.
I don't understand. If it's not her, then where is the source of the doom? How did she explain the curse?
The narrative she's built herself, it does need tearing down. Just don't say you don't have any answer yet. The uncertainty is killing her. To hell with it. Perchance you ought to just lie, sire. You've come this far. You know how to end it. There is an entity behind the entity.
There is another entity, more malignant, pulling the strings in Martinez. Perhaps in my travels, I will cross paths with it.
A third order presence, yes. I've heard of these triactors. In certain occult literature, that's too dark to dwell on for too long, and definitely not in public. I understand everything, sir. Thank you for your descending into the maelstrom. I will keep fort up here, strengthen the wards, do my best. And if you happen upon the third entity in your travels, may the Lord be with you.
Well, this has been absolutely educational. If we happen on the third presence in our travels, we will certainly come back to tell you.
Yes, the venture continues. In other waters. Darker waters.
The entity.
Should we get out of here before the vortex collapses?
Farewell for now, peddler of books. Take one peek back here. Doesn't seem to be anything to investigate with this item here. Nothing to see here, it seems. Yeah, Inland Empire is quite something. It's like, you're not sure why you should do this, but you have a feeling that you should. That's actually a feeling that I associate quite a lot with in real life. So it tickles me quite a bit. Sort of intuition. Alright, we've got about 30 minutes to pass. Till 21 hundo. And nightfall. How do we spend our remaining time here? An option to wait. Somewhere. I don't think so. Oh, the bench. I can use the bench.
The worn and beaten wooden planks of the bench do not look overly comforting.
It's a game challenging. It's definitely more of a story, a choose-your-own adventure. I wouldn't really... There are failure states you can encounter, but it's really not success or failure so much as which route down the story you take.
We can sit on benches after we've solved the murder.
You can revisit the bench if you ever need to pass the time when Lieutenant Kitsuragi is gone.
Okay.
Yes?
Can't turn in yet, right? To our room. Oh yeah, it's karaoke time. But we don't have a boombox tape. Just a song in on our lips. We don't know what to play. Not necessarily easy to figure out where to go. I agree. That's part of the challenge. I suppose a point-and-click adventure style challenge. Figuring out what to do can be quite tricky. If you're playing blind, especially. What do we got here?
Kim also tries not to look at the pile of taped viscera on the carpet, or the weird suitcase on the hat rack, or the potted plant dying in the corner. But it's all just too morbid to ignore. The man is finding it hard not to trip on the tape, and not to send any of the bottles rolling across the floor.
Got my own little cohoy here. This is where the magic happens.
And by that you mean crimes against humanity?
Crimes against myself. This is an expression of me.
I have no idea what that means.
It's just how it is, Kim.
The bed is still cold from the...
No, can't pass time there. Bandit Tefanas, thanks for the Prime sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. Wait, are you telling me? No, we've already done that? Question mark? I think that's what that noise is. Anything new in the mirror?
A
Curiosity?
mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face. Now without the expression.
Use your chain cutters to fix the faucet. Interesting.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face.
Do we have any interfacing modifiers, actually, before I do this? Yes. Garden gloves.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, the chain cutters slip out of your hands as you attempt to twist the faucet into place. Well, you know one thing for sure. You've probably never been a plumber.
Fair enough. We don't need the chain cutters equipped either, actually. So I can't pass time by doing much of anything with Kim with me. Alternative solutions to almost anything. Failing the dice rolls almost never stops you, so the game is pretty forgiving, although there certainly is a skill aspect to managing the health resources. Definitely. Considering investing a point into the health resource stat at the moment. Let's do that. Got 2 skill ups. We'll level up the endurance once more. So we got 4 and 4. It's a bit more to work with.
The man ponders his cooking utensils and gives you a little nod.
You know what's behind that door?
He looks up at you, then looks away. Quick shrugging is an international sign for, no, I don't know what's behind that door.
Fair enough. Why get better at things? When you get better at falling on your ass. Getting better at falling on your ass is definitely an admirable skill. Alright, we'll read a book, I suppose. There's truly nothing else.
Shelves filled to the brim with crime.
The Dick Mullen
of course.
novel.
Such violence and immorality.
Yeah.
In your hand, you hold Dick Mullen and the mistaken identity. The brittle paperback feels fragile to the touch.
It's going to break after I finish reading it.
The story opens with a knock at the door. Detective Dick Mullen is greeted by an old friend, Charlie Spillane, who's come to Mullen to ask a favor on this dark and cold night. Spillane needs Mullen to drive him in from Vespa to a small town along the Elysium coast. Despite his friend's apparent agitation, Mullen does as he's asked, then returns home where he passes out drunk, as he does most nights. An extremely unprofessional and hurtful stereotype that's offensive to all upstanding officers of the law, but also extremely accurate in your case.
Hey, I'm trying at least.
Give it time. You'll fall off the wagon sooner or later. 2 days later, Mullen is arrested by the Vespa police and charged with the murder of Charlie Spillane. At his interrogation, Mullen learns that Charlie Spillane was shot in a bar in the very town Mullen dropped him off in by a man matching Mullen's description. Desperate to clear his name, Mullen manages to convince the Vespa police to release him for 3 days so that Mullen may solve his friend's murder and prove his innocence.
They released their prime suspect so you can find the real killer? Are you kidding me?
What's the matter, detective?
I don't know who's writing this shit, but I get the feeling they aren't experts on homicide investigations.
The lieutenant shrugs, resigned to the idea that his profession will rarely, if ever, be accurately represented in art and literature. They're not shitting you, detective. This is what the writers think passes for police procedure.
Ridiculous.
Of course, Mullen didn't do it. That's the whole premise of the book. Anyway, Mullen returns to the seaside bar where Spillane was murdered and meets a beautiful, mysterious woman named Diana Deneuve.
Now it's getting interesting.
Deneuve reveals that she was Spillane's lover and that he was mixed up with a local amphetamine smuggling operation. As soon as Mullen begins pulling at strings, the whole conspiracy begins to unravel. Not only is the local police captain in on the amphetamine ring, so is the son of a powerful politician and a strung-out art collector named Torvald, each of whom has his own reasons for wanting Spillane dead.
Okay, sure, let's get on though.
One evening, Diana Deneuve comes to Mullen's hostel room in tears. The two of them drink half a bottle of vodka, and soon they're seeking comfort in each other's arms. Yes, comfort and pleasure. The warmth of another human's touch. The burning taste of liquor on her full, sweet lips. Well, that testimony won't be admissible any longer.
Nice.
As the two lovers share a post-coital cigarette, Diana Deneuve turns to Mullen and says, "By the way, Dick, there was something else I meant to tell you. I love you." Whatever it is, Mullen never hears the words. A blow to the base of his skull knocks him out cold instantly.
Fuck.
When Mullen comes to, Deneuve is dead on the hostel bed next to him. To make matters worse, his clothes are covered with her blood.
Double fuck.
Mullen trashes his blood-stained clothes and flees the hostel, knowing it's only a matter of hours before the cops discover Deneuve's body, if they haven't been tipped off already. Fleeing a crime scene, destroying evidence. Even if Detective Mullen didn't commit the murder, he should be facing years behind bars. The heat is on. If Dick Mullen can't solve both murders before the cops catch up to him, he's going away for life. Can you solve the case before the cops close in?
I've figured it out.
So, who did it, detective? Who killed Charlie Spillane and Diana Deneuve?
Love did them in.
What? That doesn't even make sense. There's never a straight answer with you, is there? You just get hooked on random stupid notions and then repeat them every chance you get. Now go on. Find out who really did it. You begin furiously flipping through pages. Even as you know these books follow a series of well-worn tropes, you find yourself completely engrossed. You're turning pages so fast, you don't even notice the ancient spine coming unglued. You try to grab the pages as they come loose, but your fingers aren't quick enough. They're gone. Dozens of pages scatter across the floor. The last fifth or so of the book seems to have been lost. It's possible that you could gather and reassemble the pages, but
now
it
we'll
would
never
take
know.
way too long.
Too bad, detective. If it's any consolation, the resolution is almost never very satisfying.
I agree.
And on that note, perhaps we should get back to making sense of our own case?
Last year, more than 71% of murders in Revachol went unsolved. In Revachol West, that number was closer to 85%. In your hand, you hold 4/5 of Dick Mullen and the mistaken identity.
All right. We have internalized
Anti-object.
breaking
Task
stuff.
Force. Behold, the Anti-Object Task Force has assembled. God's avenging angel, arrayed against the lower emanations of the Darkened One. Shoe racks, tape recorders, motor carriages, and doors. So many doors. You're not just pounding it all to pieces. You're reforging the universe, from the anvil of the heavens to the worms below. Indulge in it. Be bold. Have an impact on the shape of creation. Out of the furnace of your rage, a new reality. Also, you should trash your room again.
+1 to pain threshold. Physique. Learning caps raised by 1. Attacking physical objects heals damage. Well, heck yeah. Let's break stuff with our face.
Sounds like you're the suicide cop, with his finger on the eject button, ready to let go of this life. But guess what? You idiot. You don't have a gun or any bullets. It would be the honorable thing to do. It would really show them. Show her, too.
No. I want to live.
Fine. Keep up the charade another day. This could have been so liberating, but you cling to the case.
Seems like another way to end the
your
game.
Partner, to the world. It's pitiful.
Interesting. All right, well, we have sufficiently advanced time. So it's time to ditch Kim. Actually, wait. Not quite yet. Check on the apartment guy, because we want to do that with Kim. I'm not going to go through the door that Kim will make the noise at, so let's go through the front door. All the way down and around.
This door is made of metal and appears to be no one answers.
We should return tomorrow.
All right, so it does have to be tomorrow. Okay. Duly noted. Shouldn't you kids be in bed? See you in the morning, Kim. Bye. Alone at last. Minus morale, huh? Let's restore that then.
Now that you've acquired some stimulants, it's time for a little pick-me-up. Time to detect.
Will it make me into a super cop?
It'll make you into more than that. A mega cop. This is your modus operandi. This is how you've done it for years. Let's go.
Let's go.
You raise the peptide bottle, press one nostril closed, and inhale furiously with the other. The rush is almost immediate. It tastes bitter and caustic, and stings a bit inside your nose.
Good to have you back, Officer Megacop.
Now the taste is slowly receding into your throat. The rush is growing in intensity, your little heart pounding like a bird in a cage. A sweat breaks out across your brow. Your jaw clenches. And, let's be honest, there's a little chest pain. The good kind, of course. You may want to blast a nosophed or something. You could work with this high. Like, literally work. Solve the case. File some papers. Maybe clean up your hostel room. Then solve another case. Then start a side investigation into the paranatural. Then build a radio computer.
Actually, we've been doing kind of all of that.
Whoa, this shit is strong. This shit is disco.
Are there any downsides? Feels pretty good.
To this? You kidding? There are downsides to not being on it. There are massive downsides. It's a potent neurotoxin. You're turning yourself into a frayed idiot.
Cool, cool. Let's boogie.
Spring. Everything is clear around you. You're ready to concentrate on the next task in the task chain.
First up, breaking and entering.
In the bottom right corner of the screen, there's a speed button. Speed gives +1 to motoric skills. Perception, reaction speed, hand-eye coordination.
Yep. Tutorial stuff, thank you. Don't have any plus perception. Might not be able to see at night, huh? Out the window? Seems very likely that we can't see out the window at night. Empty cassette tape. Interesting. Very interesting.
Again, you find yourself looking at that big old window.
Could point a point of perception in here to try again. Not 100% sure I want to do that. Got a lot of good bonuses going on right now, though. So it seems worth the retry. Maybe if I had a plus perception gear, I'd feel more inclined to do that. Breaking and entering. Not a bad set to have a couple points in. Makes sense. Imagine there'll be a few relevant checks. I'm actually curious what might be considered the worst stat, if there even is such a thing. Is there a stat that just gets, like, checked way less than the others? might even be spoilers in and of itself, but kind of curious. Okay, which one had the chain on it? Take the speed out of my hand. Electrochemistry doesn't seem to be on our side.
Walking around.
That makes sense. Storm, thanks for the 39 months. Woo woo.
This door has been closed with a padlock. A chalk-drawn number on the board says
this is
number
interfacing.
11.
Hold on. We need the correct gloves for that. Get a better grip.
This door has been closed with a padlock. A chalk-drawn number on the board. What are you doing? You're trying to cut the body of the lock with the chain cutters, and it's really not working.
Bummer.
No reply.
Bummer. Well, that didn't yield much. Could try that again. I could save scum that. I'm not inclined to do so, though. So what does that leave us wanting to do at night here? Can't sing karaoke. Ask the lady. It's time to talk to our lady friend. That's the other thing to do at night.
Officer, what brings you up here in the rain?
Let's talk about Sunday night.
Ah, yes. The night before I saw you in the hallway and reminded you you're a police officer.
Before you was only the room, the sound of the motor vehicle, steam in the bathroom, and darkness.
Wow. Mythopoetically adequate stuff.
She's a glib girl, but she liked the wording.
Did you hear something Sunday night from my room?
There was the usual ruckus. Loud disco music.
Any visitors?
I can't say. Probably not. Sounded like you were flying solo.
Loud disco music.
Oh, yes. Various artists. Ostentatious orchestrations prime among them.
Oh, that? Yeah. Whoa. The less said about OO, the better.
Oh, were huge where I come from. I was very young then, of course. Like 7. Life gets hard, but we go on.
Mostly just gets hard, doesn't it?
It would appear so. At around 2 o'clock, the disco stopped and there was a change of pace.
What happened?
A slow, sad song started playing. Like organ music on repeat. That went on for quite a while. Some of that time you were yelling along to it.
Was I singing this?
Yes, there was a church in there. A really small church. Like the smallest, saddest church in the whole world. It was about that. And also...
What else?
That it doesn't matter anymore and that we're alone now. It was difficult to tell. The song itself was very quiet and soft, but you sounded like a wounded boar, sir. It was hard to understand what you were singing on top of it.
And then what happened?
Then you started screaming and trashed the place.
That does sound like me.
A window was smashed. The tape player, probably. The song stopped. And furniture, too. A real destructathon. There was screaming. Then I think you passed out.
Was there anything else?
There was. I think you screamed that you didn't want to be this type of animal anymore. I may have misheard, but it was sort of memorable.
I wanted to be a bird.
I went out afterwards. Everything was quiet by then, around 4 or 5, and that was it.
Thank you.
No problem, sir.
The love that did him in. All right, good talk. Good talk. Well, I've tried the checks I wanted to try. Got more speed, so we can always get that perception boost again if we want it. So I'm thinking it might be time to put ourselves to bed for the evening here in Disco Elysium, as well as for the stream here. Jazz Plus, who says, the skills and abilities are an interesting balance. Ultimately, you want to experience the world and get into cool little storylines. So the skills that are the best for getting the job done aren't necessarily better than the others. I agree. Yes, indeed. And there's definitely value in entertainment. Some of them just for being novel content or amusing quips with yourself have merit there. Did we actually get a... date on when the thing opens up? I'm hoping it's tomorrow. I don't actually know that for sure. Alright, well, let's crash.
The bed is still cold from the broken window, and not too inviting. But it's yours. You've earned it. The bed is still cold from the wind blowing in from the broken window. The mattress creaks as you close your eyes and try your hardest to fall asleep.
Here we are again, my broken bud. The waves are coming, carrying you away. But you can't go. No, you have to stay. Always half aware of yourself. You're not cooperating, brother man.
Why?
It's your disgusting body. Even through your sleep you feel a vague discomfort suffusing it. Your belly and your sides are unpleasantly tender. You wish you could curl up into a fetal ball of safety. But you cannot, because of the pain.
And there's a lot of it, ever present in your organs. It's like every one of them has their own nasty song to sing. That pain in your right side is your enlarged liver, by the way. As for your kidneys, you've really been compounding the damage lately. Every cell in your body is moaning in agony, asking, what did we ever do to you?
The system failed me. No, it's an excuse. My fault.
Now, you're finally thinking about something other than yourself. Let's see how far that'll get you.
I'm an artist and liver damage is my art.
Oh yeah, baby. Frame your suffering as a masterpiece. Only one problem. No one's watching. It's boring, buddy. Boring as death. You're just stuck here, in the half-world. Could try looking at other people. Really looking. But why would you want to start doing that?
I will.
Sure you do. They're all so friendly, aren't they?
At least they're interesting. Each one has a process just like yours, running in the space between their ears, full of secrets.
What do you think you're doing right now? Coming to some greater awareness? Look at all these lights, blinking in and out of existence. Thoughts! You're just pretending that you're asleep, even to yourself, while the world goes on without you.
Let it. Let it.
But it never seems to let you go, does it? Time to rise and wipe that shining sweat off as best you can. Gather your bearings. Rock and roll.
Let's go. A new day awaits our capo self. Slow rise to conscience. Good stuff. Alright, well, this is where I'm going to save things and conclude this session of Disco Elysium. I actually played longer than I thought I was going to today, but really wanted to finish out day 2 of this game and get a new sort of start for our next play session, which I'm quite looking forward to. We will be returning to Disco Elysium next Saturday. I'm going to make this a Saturday regular occurrence for a little while, although I think I'll be pairing it with other content rather than just streaming Disco Elysium every Saturday. But it'll be at least half the broadcast each Saturday until we finish it, whatever that exactly means. Seems like there's a lot to it, but I'm really enjoying it. So I think it's worth the stream for now. So, this Twitch chat is where we part ways until the next session of stream. We'll be back on Tuesday, noon, for our next live stream, continuing our Spire Mastery Challenge, as well as the Monster Train. And like I said, more Disco Elysium next Saturday. That's the plan for now. But until Tuesday, that's all for me, Twitch chat. I hope you have a wonderful weekend. Thank you so much for tuning in. See you later, Skin Sparks, Flintlock, Luke22, Aeon, 5280, Hippie Hop, Bomb Keystador, Bionull, and G. And all my lovely lurkers, thank you so much for being here. We'll be back next time with some more cozy content. Till then, toodaloo, and have a good one, folks. Bye-bye.